So my day at the market didn't go
Welcome back,
well.
y'alls.
We're here,
Oh,
huh?
didn't? By the way, everybody,
Yep.
we're in the Solomon. Yep, we're here. We're in the Solomon Project, where it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep your accounts. I'm your host, Richard Burns, and in his house, we have the professor ready to roll to let us know how her day went at the market available around her way. Go ahead, Professor, take over.
So there was one vendor. Everybody else was friendly because I was filming. Because as you know, you don't have privacy in a public spot. So I go to one soap
right.
vendor and I'm filming for a little bit. And then she goes to, oh, well, I appreciate it if I'm not filmed. So I just stopped filming. And then she went into this whole spiel. That's because it's rude to not ask permission. And some other older woman with her, yeah, it wouldn't hurt to ask. And I'm looking like, first off, you're on a public street. But I didn't say nothing. So then, because I wanted to get DeAndre some of their soap, I picked up a box and sniffed it. She's like, well, there's the sample right there. It's unopened in a box. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm a germaphobe. I don't want to touch the raw bar that's not in the box. Oh, well, I touched it. There's nothing wrong with my hands. I put the box and walked away. I said, this woman is just looking for an argument.
She is.
She was funny because she was like, well, if you were going to take pictures or images, I want copies of it. I'm like, no. You came to a public freaking market. And when I saw her, and for all intents and purposes, when I saw her profile owned for this market, I'm like, this woman looks like she's a B word. Even
okay.
Weeks before I got there. So I went to the market and she proved to be everything I thought she was. I'm like, cool. I was gonna buy that soap and she just kept yapping, doing this Karen stuff. I said, and then I walked off and she got like a shocked look on her face. I'm like, you want people to grant you privacy in a public place. What are you at the market for?
Where did she get the idea that
I didn't even have I had the camera mostly on the product itself.
right?
And the one soaper I preferred was not there, but she was. I'm like, okay, I know I'm not gonna like this woman, but I'm in a public market. Everybody else was friendly and didn't care because duh, you have no expectation of privacy. Well, I want copies of I even deleted the video of her booth. I'm like, I don't want no part of you. Because if you even if you tried to come and sue me, good luck getting a lawyer because you went to a public market, stupid.
Apparently people are confused about how our constitutional laws are interpreted.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up because I want you to break that down, how people think they have rights in spaces that they don't.
Most people get caught up in these things because they're listening to people who have no legal background, or if they do, they just captured some headline somewhere and thought that was the beginning and the end of all that. Like our First Amendment right, for example. You can say whatever you want. Yes, you can, but that doesn't mean that there aren't consequences for saying certain things.
Yeah.
That's where people get it confused. And it was the same with that lady, obviously, which is attached to the First Amendment. Also, what you were doing, you have the right because you were in public, and you can't assume that when you're in a public environment that the same privacies are granted. Again, people leave out very important details that you will get when you look up the law and see what the outcomes were in cases that occurred in court, especially in the Supreme Court. If you read it carefully, but that goes back to previous videos that you've made talking about, and this would be about reading. This would be about comprehension. But the bottom line is, you had mentioned on several occasions where people hear but they don't listen.
They don't. Oof.
And it's the same thing, only it's material that should have been read. Okay, if you read the court cases and you have a certain level of comprehension, you'll notice where they draw a line on certain things. Just like when you yell fire in a theater, they made that clear. If you cause a stampede and people get hurt, you're liable.
Yep.
You're still practicing your right to say whatever you want to say, but depending on what you say and the outcome of what you say and how people are impacted by what you say, you could be liable. Yeah. Liable, not liable. Liable. Yeah. That lady was, I don't know. That lady's been watching the wrong videos.
I was warned that on occasion up in Port Townsend that people could be sensitive like that. The problem is everybody else smiled and was having a good time. She the only one complaining. Sweetheart, you got an exaggerated view of yourself. Outside of this general area, nobody in the United States knows or cares about you, okay?
That's a fact. You're giving her free promotion.
Yeah. And I think everybody else figured that out. Give me 1 second because we need to get back to that. So I got to get this food. Yeah, be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all, listen. Don't forget that in the description below, maybe not now, it may not appear now, but after the live is all said and done and posted, on the replay, in the description below, you will find 2 links of great importance. One is Acorns. The other one is Webull. Acorns is the type of platform that is pretty much set it and forget it. You open up the account. You click on the link, open up the account by answering certain questions. Of course, some of the questions that they answer, and this is true for all investment platforms. They're going to ask you certain questions, and some of those questions are going to be verified by I think it's still Homeland Security that confirms, just to make sure that you're not engaging in any funny business like money laundering, or you're engaged in some kind of criminal activity, whether it be national or international, or making sure that you don't have any connections to any international organizations that will or have in the past attempted to hurt our nation, and whatever other things that they look into. But you answer the questions, typically people don't have an issue with it, and neither does the government, and you get your platform platformed open. You set it up, and even if you need help setting up, by the way, this is not financial advice, this is not investment advice, this is not tax advice. You open up your account, you set it up, if you want to set it up so that withdrawals are made from your bank account that's linked to your account, to your investment account. You can set it up so that you have automatic withdrawals from your bank account and deposited into your investment account automatically. I haven't seen any of the ones that do it on a daily basis, but generally speaking, on a weekly basis, on a bi-weekly basis, on a monthly basis, whatever you're comfortable with. And that'll help you. That'll help, I guess, not guarantee. I don't want to use the word guarantee because there's nothing guaranteed in investing or in business. but it at least decreases the ability for you to use an excuse as to not getting that money into that investment account on the weekly basis, bi-weekly basis, whatever it is that you would decide to do. So
I think it's curry mayo.
yeah.
Okay, but let's do the other one. You goofy.
So make sure, and I'm gonna
Delicious.
put more emphasis on why getting involved in your finances is so important, and why using a tool as important as the stock market.
I got you ranch and barbecue if you don't mind, because I know you like this. Okay, because we can switch one if you want.
Let me get the ranch.
Oh, I'm so loud. I should have kept myself on. Going back to what you're saying about rights, I'm gonna give you a good example. You remember back in the 80s and up to the late 90s, early 2000s, Atlanta Freaknik.
Yeah, Freaknik. Yep.
Those women, right? Because Netflix wants to do a special on that. It got to some of the women that participated. We're going to sue Netflix, or we're going to sue the city of Atlanta. No, ma'am. If you went out there consensually in a public place when you was on top of them cars gyrating, if you didn't get raped, that lawsuit's going to go nowhere, because there is no expectation that people should protect you when you went in public and gyrated of your own free will.
With the booty shorts on top of the car.
You remember that? They was getting down, and Freaknik was just crazy.
Yes, it was.
A lot of them women now want to sue for that. Well, we ain't that way no more. I said, that ain't the point. That's you don't have a lawsuit, ma'am.
Yeah, bottom line.
Your feelings don't mean anything to reality. An unscrupulous lawyer might let you pay him, but guess what? He still ain't gonna win you no case.
There are a lot of those.
Yep.
Pay up. I got you.
Remember that one lawyer that wasn't prepared for a case, and so he went and unalived his client so that they didn't have to go to court that day?
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That guy just got this is a factual story.
There are people. I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know if you got to see the post of this former Army captain who now dedicates her life to exposing cults.
Oh, wow.
But she had a very interesting segment, or a very interesting video on how hair and hair color is used. It really, I think you'll find it very interesting. I really do think so. She's a former U.S. Army captain.
Wow.
You can find it in my posts. I think that's the last post I put up, the latest post I put up.
You know, out here, because people don't realize.
You would find it very interesting.
Because that's what Ted Bundy did. And he grew up in Tacoma. Because he hated his mother, he specifically, most of the time, targeted women with long brunette hair with a split down the middle.
Look at that.
For the longest time, I didn't make the connection. I'm like, oh, he just hated his mother. I'm like, no, there's a little more psychosis to it than that.
Yeah. And she goes in deep. When you see her post, you'll see what I'm talking about. She goes in deep. And you would appreciate it very much. You would appreciate it very much because of the historical references that she makes.
That's sad. I was going to go to a museum for y'all today too, but then that whole thing, oh, we're going to have a rally. I'm like, I ain't going to be nowhere near y'all for them King's marches. Nope.
Got to stay away from all that.
Mm-hmm.
got to stay away from all that because telling you right now, they'll be taking.
I heard Caroline Levitt today.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what she. Yeah, you know his White House spokesperson. I can read between the lines.
That's another thing. People have to learn how to do that.
Well, they said this, but what they meant, like, nope, you better start learning the subliminal, or you gonna sit in a jail cell, and it's that simple.
Yes, indeed.
People gotta stop the stupid stuff, man, and wake up. It's time to wake the heck up.
Now the cost of not waking up is much higher now than before.
That's the thing. Now it's gonna cost you something, and people are missing that. I have this right. I have this right. I'm like, okay, you say so.
Yeah.
There's a difference between rewards and consequences, and you better learn them quick.
And if you're not good at discerning things, you better hook up with somebody who is.
Yep,
so that they can explain certain things to you.
Yep, I learned that discernment quick. I'm glad I got that gift. I be thanking God for that gift.
It's important now, more so than ever.
Mm-hmm.
You better know how to discern. And like I said, if you don't, you better hook up with somebody who does, and you better lower your pride and start listening more.
Because yesterday when my captain sent out that email about at work about all these protests, I'm like, well, at least it's not going to happen where I'm going. Next thing I know, people coming to the market talking about it. I'm like, oh, God. I want no part. I hurried up. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say that, you already know who I reached out to and had a conversation with. You already know.
Is it Brandon of Palm Beach?
No. It's military source. You know who.
Oh, yep. Because
Yep.
when they tell you something, they're telling you for a reason.
Absolutely.
And when my captain did that, I said, because of course, I work with active duty, so I got a captain and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he put that email out yesterday, I said, okay, they know something.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't play with that stuff. I'm like you. I ain't trying to get caught up. I got better things to do.
Don't get caught up.
They're just trying to fill up that whole prison industrial complex. Y'all too stupid to see it.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be filling that sucker up. Going to be getting that cheap labor.
And now people are telling us about these riots in Los Angeles. Why are Black Americans not coming to our rescue? That ain't our... We'd be the first ones get locked up for that stuff.
Locked up, beat down, unalived, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
The bottom line is that you should have listened from the get-go.
Yep.
You didn't listen. You thought you were special somehow. I don't know how you thought that, but you did. And now you're starting to see you got suckered. That's all it was. These Cubans, these Venezuelans, these I don't know how many Haitians did that, but some Mexicans, Nicaraguans, they truly believe that they were, a special case. Well, they're finding out the hard way. They're so now they're calling out to the Black community saying, now they're going so far as to blame the Black community.
Some of them are, yep.
Bugging out? No, man, the Black community was very clear. Enough of them said, listen, this is what's being sold to you. Let me show you what the actual ingredients are, because you're confusing what the product is called with the ingredients. The ingredients are not, doesn't match what the name of the product is.
Right.
These are the ingredients now. It's up to you. Yeah, it says all that. It says natural on it, but there are plenty of things that are natural that you can consume that are absolutely terrible for your body, right? So
marijuana in large doses can alter your brain to a degree. When you tell people, "Oh, that's a natural plant. I'm gonna smoke as much as I want," I said, "Okay, wait till them consequences come for you."
absolutely, absolutely, there are plenty of plants that you could that consume that will alter your mind, like shrooms, for example.
I've heard that too. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, you eat enough of that, you're gonna be in trouble. You're
Yep.
gonna be in trouble. But just because it says all natural, you better understand what the ingredients are, understand how they will impact you. If not, you're gonna wind up just like all those people who thought they had some kind of privilege.
And that's
Well,
what their problem is. Oh, we know black. That don't affect us. We know black. You thought this establishment gave a crap about that?
that is, and not only that, look at how either you're not doing any kind of history homework, none at all, none.
None.
You've done no homework about the history of this country at all. Because if you did, you would know all you need is one drop of blood, okay? One drop of blood.
Drop of it. Yep.
You got one drop. Guess what, buddy? Guess what community you're a part of? All you need is that one drop. This ain't wherever the hell you came from. Wherever you came from, you had all those mixtures, mulatto, mestizo, this, that, and the third, whatever other subcategory, and they acknowledge those different. No. You ain't there no more, buddy.
Nope.
You ain't there no more. Over here, they just need to know you got one drop. Because if that's the case, well, guess what? Oh, I guess you don't have access to certain loans. I guess you don't have access to certain property.
Sure don't.
Guess you don't have access to a number of things. Unless, and that's no guarantee, unless you build a community. Like you're always saying.
Well,
Unless you build a community. If you build a community, you stand a chance. You stand a chance. A chance. Because if you know your history, you know what happened to several communities that we built that got torched. Okay? Torched, bombed, and all that. Okay?
Yep.
Do your homework, y'all, while you still can, because there's going to be some material that's just not going to be available anymore. So you better get on that.
That's why I quit buying books electronic and started buying them hard copy.
Hard copies.
Oh, that would never happen. We got freedom and rights. I'm like, obviously you didn't watch that film V for Vendetta, did you?
No.
Didn't watch the Minority Report with Tom Cruise, did you? They've been telling y'all this.
Yep.
It's getting Orwellian out here, and y'all just still ain't getting it.
It is. It is. And it's haves against the have-nots, and that gap is getting bigger.
Bigger and bigger. And now people are making YouTube documentaries about it. Jeff Bezos, though he's a so-called liberal, has more in common with Donald Trump than you, the person he sells stuff to.
Well, who did he back up during the elections?
Yep.
Look at Elon. Okay, Elon is a prime example of a person who's actually looking out for his own interest in a funny way, because the bulk of his money came from Democratic policies.
Did
renewable energy. So to find him in the same company as Trump was kind of odd, but after realizing what kind of shifts he was trying to make, what kind of attachments he was trying to make for the sake of his companies with the government, then it started to make sense. But it ain't about, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Democrats and Republicans and Republicans are two separate sides to the same coin.
Yep.
It's the same coin. It all depends on which sector of the economy, out of the 11 sectors, which grouping of these 11 sectors. Hey, Brandon, which
Good. He need to come up so he can talk with us.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to join in a minute. So it all depends on what groupings are together within the 11 sectors of the economy that are putting up the money for these different politicians. Okay? That's what it is. So the leaders of these industries, they're putting out the big money, because since the late 80s, I think it was,
Yep.
the Supreme Court opened the door and allowed for money that was never allowed before into the campaigns of these politicians. So now, of course, I mean, campaigning is not cheap.
No.
For example, if you want to campaign for the presidency, that's $1 billion on average that you got to spend.
At least that you have to spend to that's a lot of money. Mm-hmm.
To try to gain a position, that's a lot of money. If you have any plans of winning a campaign, you're going to have to come up with a substantial amount of money in order to compete. And that's not a guarantee. It all depends on just how good your marketing is. That's what will determine if you have superior marketing, the likelihood that you'll win is much higher. It's just the way it is. If you don't know that, and you're dreaming, you're all up in Disney dreaming that the process is going to be something other than what it actually is, then hey, you're bugging out. That's why I encourage people, if you're going to be an investor, you cannot get caught up in personalities. You cannot.
Nope.
You got to see things for what they are. Look, I never bought Tesla. Never. I never bought a Tesla share in my life. It didn't make any sense to me to own any shares. Did I lose out because throughout the years Tesla shares have been going up? No, I didn't lose out, because I still trade options on Tesla and I still make money off Tesla. It's just that I don't own the shares, which is a little different. It's different in the sense that Tesla is not getting any money from me, even though I'm profiting off the price fluctuations of the stock itself. Okay, yeah, here's D saying here in the chat, so I'm not at home, out with the fam for a bit. My service not good, but I'm truly wanting to come and say hello, everyone. I'm here in the chat. Okay, thank you, D.
Thank you, D.
Thank you, D. Delicious. Thank you, D. So, but if you're all caught up in personalities, you're gonna make bad decisions. And if you're gonna make bad decisions, I'm hoping that nobody does that with their money. Please don't do that with your money.
Yep.
Make all the bad decisions you want with other stuff. Don't wear protection. Have kids out of wedlock, or have kids all over the place that you can't maintain, whatever the case is.
Yep.
You want to do all that? Listen. Oh, and the title of today is Least Mentioned.
Let's talk about that, because I like that title.
Yeah. So least mentioned. And this is right in conjunction with what you've been trying to help people do, which is prepping, right?
Right. Yep.
I don't watch a lot of content about prepping. One of the few is yourself, and maybe one or two other people that I've seen in passing. Yep. Prepping is not the content that I'm drawn to, because maybe I already practice it. I've always practiced it. When you've been without, or when you have family members that are dirt poor, and I mean dirt poor. I'm talking about, I got family that live in huts, literally huts. Okay.
I believe it. Yep.
No shoes, They live off the land. They have no formal education. And coming from a country where you have so much, there's so much abundance here. To go visit family members that are living in a hut, you realize that all these amenities that we have, if I went through the scenario in my mind, what would happen to me if certain things just stopped working? Electricity, for example, clean water. Or you open the water faucet and there's mud coming out. Your lights go out and you don't know how long it's gonna take. Oh, okay. Thank you for the tea, Professor D says.
You're welcome.
And how would I fare being a city rat? How would I fare? Because we had that happen to us in New York City in 1977, 76, when all the power went out. That was catastrophic in New York City. One night with no power, there was mayhem. It was absolute chaos. So those experiences helped me to understand the importance of being prepared for something like that. So I'm not all that drawn to prep content. However, I notice, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Professor, I noticed that in most of these prep, and I'm assuming right now that you got your feet planted on the prep community and know more or less what you all do with regards to prepping. I know food is one of them. The ability to hunt, the ability to plant your own for food, the ability to defend yourself with weaponry, ammunition, how to create something to help filter water. But there's one thing I don't hear about. I never heard about again, and I've never heard too many or never heard much information through video content about prepping, about the finances. Because we're a consumer nation.
Yep.
Everything is consumed from the day, especially with the technology that exists. From the time you're an infant, you're getting audible messages. From the time you're an infant, and as you're growing up, you're getting messages that encourage you to consume, spend constantly, a constant transfer of your power somewhere else. Unfortunately, because there isn't a big focus on how your power is leaving you and your power. When I'm talking about power, I'm referring to money.
Okay.
So how your power leaves you and goes into the hands and empower others who may very well be your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you're empowering your enemy. And your enemy isn't always going to walk around saying that, hey, I don't like you. They don't go around saying that. They don't go around with signs over the head saying, hey, I'm your enemy. Many times they smile. They're very pleasant when they approach you, but they are your enemy.
Yep.
They just see you as a source of power, and they're going to try their best to keep draining you of that power, to keep drawing that power toward them. If it means putting on an act all the time, that's what they'll do. They'll put on an act all the time. And before you know it, you become part of a larger stream of power that's just going toward your enemy. Not helpful if you want to prep. Not only that, and the reason why it's not helpful when you want to prep is that the way it's designed, it's basically it's already subliminally implanted to make sure you spend every little penny that you have in excess.
Correct.
Spend. Once you, hey, pretty, hey. Did I put the link to come on up is there? Pretty. So if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. Did you tear that burger up, Professor? Did you tear that thing up? Sounds like you're fighting with the wrapper that it came in. Pretty, come on up, Pretty. You're the conqueror now, huh? Yeah, you're the conqueror. You're conquering hearts? That's what you're doing? Conquering hearts.
I don't prep that hard like you think I do. I just have a significant amount that can last me a while.
Oh, so you said something interesting there. Prep hard like I think you do. I'm not really sure. Well, here.
You know how some people got all that stuff and they got whole basements?
They got like a whole house. They got a whole house full of stuff.
Yep, I'm not knocking that. But once your canned goods run out, what you gonna do? You still need to grow stuff.
You gotta grow stuff. You gotta hunt.
You're gonna have to hunt or barter with somebody who already slaughters that meat. There's no getting out of community. You're not gonna be able to just hunker down your house and hide from the world forever.
And more than likely, there won't be any access to any kind of electronic goods.
And that's that. It better get back to the walkie-talkies. And I keep telling people, see, I used to watch that show Doomsday Prepper.
Yeah.
The reason I thought that show was stupid, because I thought it was stupid for you to get on television and tell people in detail about your preps, because when stuff hit the fan, you're just easy to rob.
Yeah, they're gonna know where you got your stuff stashed away.
Stashed away. I'm like, y'all stupid. I don't film the inside of my house for a reason, boo-boo.
Right. You want people knowing the layout?
Out? Yeah. Y'all up here. Oh yeah, and when stuff hit the fan, we got our guns and la la la. And I said, okay, what happens if they ambush you at an unexpected time?
By the way, this is where we have our safe.
Mm-hmm.
Where we keep our gold and our weapons.
Some of them too. I'm like, you just can't cure stupid with these people. You don't get on this internet and tell everybody everything.
Everything.
And it'd be amazing me. I'm like, I tell y'all I prep for stuff, but I don't go into detail.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. And those are hardcore preppers. Hardcore.
Oh, they very hardcore, but they better be hardcore making sure that their neighbors aren't watching them. Because when you it's like you said, when you don't know somebody is friendly to you, you don't know they're your enemy. The person living across the street can smile and speak to you every day, but the back of their mind said, if stuff hit the fan, I'm robbing them tomorrow.
I've seen it all the time in the hood. Plenty of examples of that in the hood. I mean, these guys are hugging each other. You hear them when they greet each other. Hey, brother, you're my brother. And when they're drinking, oh, man, I love you. Suddenly, wepa! Suddenly, everybody's asking questions. Yo, where's Nino at? You seen him? Nah, I haven't seen him in a hot minute. Y'all don't know where that very brother that hugged him set his ass up and
Yep.
got him unalived or did it himself or something like that. Now he acting like he don't know what's going on. Like he acting like he what?
Just as bad are the ones that you reject and treat like crap. And when you get to the end, you find out that's the person you should have attached yourself to in the first place.
Professor.
Ooh, wait. That's why this is why, as I've gotten older, I've learned not to mistreat people because that stuff, ooh.
On a different level, the same thing, right? On a different level.
Yep.
These junkies and these crackheads,
Oh, Lord.
when they go to a spot and they ain't got no money and they're all types of thirsty.
Right.
Are you sure they're here, Lily? Are you sure? I don't. Okay, I'm not sure which. I'm a little confused, but send it through Instagram. Jackson, you're here.
Is Jackson gonna act right today?
I hope so. Jackson, don't be messing with the don't be messing with the peoples out here. These are all good people, Jackson. I'll let you know when somebody comes in and they oh, you're at a party? Okay. All right, cool. Hey, quiet. Guys, don't forget the link is up top. You're all welcome to come in. But in the hood, Professor, the crackheads and I don't know what kind of exposure you had to all that back in Alabama, but
I did.
In the city, we had corner pharmacies everywhere. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, everywhere. And these zombies would be just walking all up and down the streets. And when they were thirsty and had no money, yeah, they'd be okay, Jackson. Thank you, man. Have a good time. So, they come up all thirsty and they got no money and they're willing to do anything for that hit. Like, I knew a guy who had a spot in the Spanish Harlem where they had some girl in broad daylight out in the street perform oral on a dog.
Oh, Lord have mercy. That's so, oh, wow.
Broad daylight for a $5 hit. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah. So these people will do anything. Now, let's say these guys on the corner don't feel like being entertained that day, and they want the money straight up, or maybe they owe, or maybe the crackhead or the dope fiend owes money. Listen, get that money and get it now, because if not, things can get ugly for you.
Yep.
Like this group of dudes I know unalive this lady for $3 that she owed. It's crazy.
$3?
$3. She owed $3. They unalived her. And the thing is, those are the ones you got to watch out for, because you say no to them. Guess how the cops found out what your schedule was when you were out there on that street corner?
How?
And where you kept some stuff, where you hid some of your stuff. Yeah. Suddenly, you say no, they become informants. Yeah.
There's a young woman sitting in prison right now named Christina Paolilla. She used to get picked on in high school, and these two beautiful girls brought her up, and she quit getting teased after that. When they in their early adulthood, Christina disappeared, but was still cool with them after high school.
Mm-hmm.
She got with a boyfriend and had a very bad drug habit after that. Her and that boyfriend one night went to the two girls with their boyfriends at their house, went and snuffed them all out. And one of the girls almost got away, but Christina got her. She looked up at her before she died and said, "What did I ever do to you? Why are you doing this?" Went and took them all out because she got so high. Now she's spending life in prison. These are the girls that protected her from being bullied in high school. And she went and took them out over their marijuana. And the reason this girl was asking, because Christina was so sweet, they didn't see that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing about her said that she had that in her.
No. So what you said was very important. Knowing how to talk to people is very important.
Yep.
Because maybe at the moment you might think you have the upper hand, but you know, things change.
I put nothing past anybody these days. And I'm not saying that to be paranoid. I'm saying because if you're not like you and I and you didn't prep, ain't no telling what those people are willing to do.
Believe me, they're willing to go pretty far.
Pretty far. And you won't know sometimes till it's too late.
Yep. Yep. People will go pretty far.
I shocked a young guy yesterday who's single and want a date. When I told him, because he was talking about how he feels bad for young women, how they come up missing. Because remember that white guy that just went to prison because he went on a date with a black woman on the first date, got her so drunk, took her back to his place and dismembered her. He raped and dismembered her. Yep. First date, raped and dismembered her. She was so incapacitated, she would not have been able to fight him off. Now, this is what women are doing. They'll meet you for a date and talk to you, get to know you. If they like what they think you got at your house, they'll go back to your house with you the first day or your condo. What the catch is, they'll text somebody making you think it's one person, and they'll text some thieves and say, "Hey, we're on our way to his house." Guy get there, she's helping rob the guy and then runs off with him. There have been some women that's been caught on tape where as soon as they enter somebody's apartment or condo or house, the people that they call, "Hey, we're going to rob this person," will come in right behind them. Now, you know that's messed up.
Well, there's something. Hey, Brandon, there's something in Colombia that they call the devil's breath.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is a very interesting little product that comes from the crushing of the petals of a particular flower. It's called the devil's. Yeah, it's called the devil's breath. Now in Spain, I got a call from a cousin of mine when they saw the news. This was a few years back when they saw the news all over. When they saw the news about some couple that was going around robbing citizens with the use of this devil's breath. Also, it's called scopolamine, right?
Yep.
So it's extremely powerful. This a very small amount is enough. Very small, and it's very easy to overdose somebody and unalive them if they're not careful.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So what this does, what scopolamine does, is it completely puts you under the control of the person that knows you're on it. The person that introduced it to you knows you're on it, and you have absolutely no will whatsoever.
Oh wow.
And once it leaves your system, if you haven't been unalived, once it leaves your system, you have no recollection of anything that happened. Nothing.
Oh.
So what this couple was doing was, one of them, the female, would have an address on a piece of paper, and it would be written so small that everybody's reaction is to draw the page closer so that they can read it. And upon drawing it closer, the dust particles of that devil's breath would get into your system when you inhaled. And then the male will come along. Once they realize that they got you, the male will come along and escort you, ask you to go to your bank, and you would escort them freely. And of course, the camera at the ATM would show them together, like they're hanging out.
Right.
And she's withdrawing all her money, or he's withdrawing all his money. Then they take a walk, get away from the camera, and they would just hand all the money to them.
Oh.
And then the following day, they go to the ATM, or they go into their account, and their money's gone, and they don't know how. They don't remember how. They're calling the bank, hey, what happened here? And they're telling them, no, you did that. And they're bugging out saying, what do you mean? Yeah, look, our security cameras got you going to the ATM withdrawing all your cash.
Never heard of that.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, that's just messed up.
Oh yeah, so it's scopolamine. So in Colombia, if you're not careful, there are a lot of bars. Of course, you know the Passport brothers. They like going places like Colombia.
And they've come up unalived too. That's
Yes.
the whole thing.
Yeah. So look, so these women could have it, drop it in somebody's drink, and or what they do is they'll stuff cotton in their nose and spread a little bit along their upper lip, because you already know they're enticing the guy. They're making out with the guy. He's sucking up all that scopolamine off her lip, and they got him. They got him. Now, Vice did a documentary on that. And in one of the stories, this local thug was with his brother-in-law, and they went out to celebrate his brother-in-law's birthday. Somehow, some of those girls got creative, got him and his brother-in-law hooked. They took him to his house. It was a team of them. They went to his house. They cleaned his whole apartment out, everything.
Good Lord.
His money, the money where he had stash, whatever product he had, gone. And he's bugging out. His brother-in-law wound up being unalive because he overdosed on it. So he comes back and he's wondering what the hell's going on. His apartment's completely empty. Where he lived, there was a doorman or receptionist, and he asked, "Yo, did you call the cops?" Call the cops about what? I got ripped off. What do you mean, what? Everything. What are you talking about? You didn't get ripped off.
Oh.
You came over with a team. You helped everybody get rid of all your stuff. You helped them.
Oh, goodness.
And he said, what? Happy Father's Day, pretty.
Hi, pretty.
What do you mean? Yeah, man, you came through and you came with a team. I thought you were moving out. You came with a team and you even helped these people take all your stuff out. And this guy, because he was from the underworld, he did his homework, found out who did all that. Needless to say, they're no longer with us.
Oh wow.
But that is scopolamine. And I don't know if that got into the United States or not. But if it did, then you can expect more or less results like what you just finished talking about.
How long ago was that story you were just talking about?
That's like 6-7 years ago.
Because people are promoting going to Colombia, and I don't go after any one group or any one country. You just don't mess around with Colombia, especially Medellin. You just don't.
No.
That's
You
a
don't-
whole mixed bag of predictability there.
Yeah.
You know something gonna happen to you sooner or later.
You got a lot of, and to some degree, I guess it's a good thing that some of these passport brothers are demonstrating, filming, documenting where they're going, what they're doing, and they've been successful at going where they're going, and nothing's happened to them because these passport bros, you know, their motivation is thirst. You know, they're going after sexual whatever.
Like that guy who got unalived in Brazil under that Hello Cinderella scam,
Right.
where they'll go find out where you go and the girl get you robbed itself. I think I forgot how they unalived that guy. Either he had been they put something in his drink. It went too far. His friend who was with him lived, but he didn't. And he was an immigrant from, I think, Jamaica, and had a fiance back here that was American born, multimillionaire.
Waiting.
First night in Brazil, met some random females he didn't know. They, because Brazil also got cameras everywhere now, caught them jumping in the getaway car. Come to find out, she'd been scamming people, and they had already been looking for her, but she'd already unalived him before they could find her. But that's how they found her.
They get you with that thirst trap.
You got to be careful with Brazil. There's some corruption there, and I'm not saying it's a bad country.
No.
Well, it happens here too, you know?
It does.
It does. It all does. It's just that Americans get it in their head that they got certain protections in other countries.
Yeah.
When you step outside the United States, your freedoms, and I say that in quotation marks here, don't protect you in Colombia and Brazil.
No.
There used to be a show that I watched. It was very interesting. It's called Locked Up Abroad.
Oh, that
Have you
show
seen
was,
that?
that was a sexy show. People did some stupid stuff.
Yeah, I loved that show.
Me too.
I was locked up abroad and I didn't do anything. Literally.
Oh wow. That's
yeah.
serious.
Yeah. You got no rights.
There's
Abroad.
no habeas corpus there.
Ain't no habeas, smocus, corpus, nothing.
The one that got me into it was there was a chef that was in the Middle East that was working over there, and over there alcohol is illegal, whatever country he was in, and
It's
a lot of the parts over
probably
there.
an Islamic nation because Islamic nations don't go for that.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So he found that there's these speakeasies, and they took him to one, and he was having this homemade wine that they had, and he decided, I could do this a lot better. So he turned his restaurant that he had over there and brewed it, you know, in the basement or whatever. Ended up getting caught at a random stop with, 3 tanks of wine in it, and done.
Oh,
Lord.
I was walking with a friend of mine, and it was a substantial distance that we were walking. This was in the Dominican Republic. We were on our way to my house, and I was walking from my younger brother's house to my house, which is a substantial difference. And my brother lives in a terrible neighborhood, type of neighborhood where you can't hold your phone out. Somebody will ride along in some kind of moped or something and chop your hand off and take your phone.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it's that kind of neighborhood. So
Oh.
and I dress down whenever I go. I dress down because I don't want to make my family members feel bad because the conditions under which I live are much better than theirs. So I'm walking from my brother's house to my house, which is a 13-room mansion.
Oh.
And the neighborhood that it's in, it's an exclusive neighborhood. So I go, we're walking along a tourist area, the Malecón, and I'm dressed down, homeboy's dressed down. I got a razor, I got a straight razor like what the barbers use. I got a straight razor in my pocket for my own self-defense.
Right.
And this Toyota Corolla with tinted windows just rolls up on us.
Uh-oh.
Dudes come out strapped. Yeah. One's got a shotty, the other one's got what looked to be a 9mm, and they just approach us. You know, hands up, but we put our hands up automatically. We thought we were being robbed. Get in the car. So yeah, we're not gonna argue about that.
Wow.
Yeah, so we get in the car, and my homeboy sitting on my left. I'm in the middle, and this guy with his pew pew, he's got it on his stomach, across his stomach, pointing at me, right at my gut, right? And they go to a hotel. My homeboy's panicking at this point. He goes to the hotel. Hey, happy Father's Day, Yolanda. Yolanda, you can come right up onto the panel because we got it's you should be able to see the link. So, you know, this dude, we're going into a hotel. So we're getting picked up off the street, it's off the seashore. That's where that highway is, or that road is. And we're going to a hotel, and that's when my friend panics. He starts telling me, wait a minute, what are we doing? Why are we going into this hotel? Dude, this ain't the time to be asking no questions like that. Just, you know, let's just see what happens. And they go in, one of them goes in, asks whatever questions they need to ask, comes back out. And as this guy's backing out of the driveway of the hotel, of the garage of the hotel, he's asking questions. He's interrogating me because it turns out that these guys are cops. Like, yo, well, listen, I'm a tourist. And he said, you're a tourist? From where? From New York. From New York, for real? Yeah. He says, so you must know English. Why don't you tell us something in English? Hey. Hey, I turned into an English scholar at that point. All right, with the correct pronunciation, with the correct spelling and everything. Here we go. And the guy, after I'm done talking, he's nodding at his partner. He says, oh, you hear this? Well, yeah, man. It looks like we got us an educated thief.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's nice. And then I try to plead my case.
Oh, wow.
And he tells me to shut up. And he takes me over to the jail. And we're up in there. Grim and shake. That's supposed to be funny. I don't understand why that's funny, but that's a terrible thing. But okay, yeah, they did.
Oof.
No, did they? No, I don't think they did. Did they? No, I haven't heard the latest news on that. But
see, the reason your story's scary is because an increasing amount of people are trying to say that the DR is the safest and one of the best places to go. And I listened to somebody on YouTube. Hear me out. Me and my wife just moved to the Dominican Republic. I remember when a professional baseball player born in the DR but got rich here in the U.S. got himself unalived over there because they knew who he was. and some
Yeah.
people were trying to take from him for real. It turned into an altercation, and he was unalived in the DR. And then that's when a report came out saying that the DR ain't as safe in some instances as people think it is.
Listen, my father almost got abducted. If it wasn't for the neighbors, they would have snatched him up for ransom. Okay.
Oh, wow.
My father, at that time, my father was like, what, 90 years old?
Oh,
Yeah. So, no. I went to go visit my niece who lived in a neighborhood equally as bad as where, hey, Regan, happy Father's Day, brother.
happy Father's Day.
Hey,
You can come on up too, Vegan. The link is up top. Everybody, the link is up top. So I went to go visit my niece who's in a terrible neighborhood. And when I show up, I think I texted her when I showed up. Oh no, I didn't text her. I told whoever lived, because you to get to where she lived, you have to go down an alleyway and then go upstairs and whatnot. So I told whoever was out front, hey, can you call such and such and tell her uncle's here? Sure. When my niece came out running to the car, panicked. What are you doing here? What? I said, I came to visit you. What's wrong? He goes, no. You can't do that. You got to let me know ahead of time so we can be out here waiting for you. Are you crazy? You have any idea what kind of danger you're in right now? And I said, no, I guess not, because I'm here right now. What's the deal? It's like that, okay? So, no, you know, you got places here around the world that maybe you don't know the full scoop. Like, you don't want to wind up in a favela in Brazil.
You sure don't. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
I'm good, Vegan. Did I tell you the story about my sister's best friend that she grew up with in Alabama? The father was born and raised in Nigeria. I think he's a doctor, very educated, and the mom was Black American, right?
Yep.
She got grown and went to Lagos, and when she arrived in Lagos to meet her Nigerian relatives, they were like, sit in the airport, don't walk outside, because it's so bad in Lagos. The second you walk out of the airport to the double doors, you can be robbed in seconds.
Listen, in Dominican Republic, you don't want to let anybody know that you're coming in advance.
Oh,
no, you don't want to do that. No, you don't want to do that. Not everybody's circumstance is the same, but like somebody like myself, for example, who grew up out here in because I'm American born and grew up out here, their ideas of the type of money I got might be right, might be wrong. Whether right or wrong, it don't matter to them. That you live here, you are picking up money off the floor. That's how easy it is to get money over here, as far as they're concerned.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, we got a lot of deportees that did time here in the United States that got deported back to the Dominican Republic. And they've been sowing the seeds in the Dominican Republic of the criminal mindset. Right. So a lot of people down there, they're contaminated with this thought process. So now they'll set you up right from there. Right from down there, they'll set you up.
Oh.
So let's say you call your cousin and you say, hey, I'm planning on, now this is a trustworthy cousin. The cousin is trustworthy now. And you tell your cousin, listen, I'll be down there July 20th. Expect me there. I'll be arriving in such and such. I already got the plane ticket, so I know which airport I'll be arriving in. I'll be arriving in such airport, and if everything goes right, I should be there by 6 p.m. on a Thursday. right? If July 20th falls on a Thursday, whatever.
Yeah.
And they get very excited. Oh my God, my cousin from New York is coming down, y'all. That's what she's saying, or that's what he's saying
Right.
to everybody in there. After the phone call's all said and done, they're excited. Yo, such and such is coming down. He'll be here July 20th, coming in through such and such an airport at such and such a time. We gotta be ready, y'all. We gotta show him a great time. Everybody's happy. But his neighbors in the house while everybody's celebrating, and they're remembering what they heard. So when you arrive at the airport, hey, Homestead. So when you arrive at the airport, because they're going to do their homework, they're going to ask you, oh, that's your cousin, really? Oh, what does he look like? It might be a female asking a question about a guy. It might be a guy asking about a female, whatever. Oh, I want to see what they look like.
Oh.
Are they cute? Maybe. I don't know. Here, this is what they look like. This is my cousin from New York. Yay. The girl might say, oh, wow. Yeah, he's cute. Wow, he's coming. July 20th. Yeah. Wow. Am I going to get to hang out with him? Sure, of course. Or if it's a guy asking and it's a girl, yeah, they might say, oh, wow, she's fine. She's coming July 20th from New York? Wow. I know how people are in New York, boy. They got that money. Okay, enough said. They're plotting. Either the female or the male, they're plotting. They're going back to their house. Yo, check this out. You know our neighbor, such and such? They got a cousin from New York that's coming in July 20th on a flight, arriving at 6 p.m. at such and such airport. Yo, we need to go intercept and pick them up. And sure enough, that's what they do. They show up at the airport. Oh, hey, are you such and such? Your family, we got, they told us to come pick you up. Nonsense. They didn't say no such thing. They're on their way. They're running late. But dude or homegirl with some people or homeboy with some people, they're showing up in a car that they borrowed, rented, whatever the case is. And they see you because they remember your face on that picture.
Right. Hey,
you're such and such from such and such family. Hey, those are our neighbors. They told us to come pick you up. For real? Yeah. Give us your bags. Come on now. We're going to take you right there. And that's when your cousin's like, damn, where's he at? He was supposed to have arrived. They call the airport. Hey, did such and such a flight come? Yeah. Did such and such a flight come in? Hey, quiet. Did such and such a flight come in? Oh, yeah, the flight came in at 5:55 p.m. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, Brandon. 5:55 p.m. Are you sure? We're expecting a person that hasn't arrived yet. Oh, maybe they stopped at a bar or something. Well, 24 hours go by and the cousin still hasn't shown up. Yeah, you see. Look at Vegan. Look at what Vegan say.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And before you know it, they find you unalive somewhere. They done took all your stuff and everything.
That's bad. That's terrible.
That's the kind of stuff that goes on. So all these people who think that they're going to go now, if you go to a tourist area, of course, like in Dominican Republic, if you go to a tourist area, they have a specific police unit that's assigned to the tourist areas, and they do not play. If somebody robs you, there's a good chance that those cops will unalive you on the spot. When it comes to tourists, they do not play. But if you go outside of the tourist area, because somebody invited you, you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk. Now, it all depends. Do they perceive you as somebody who is going to visit the island once a year? This could be their Christmas every time you show up. Okay, so they may not mess with you like that. They may not, but you're taking a risk. So all these people thinking that they could just go to other countries and everything is all smooth and cool because some content creator say, hey, I was here, I had a great time. Look at me now. Now there've been a lot of cases popping up in Colombia of people disappearing or being unalive. Gots to be careful, y'all.
That to me is sad. He say that happens in Haiti. Good night.
Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, let me. Ooh, Haiti. Listen,
Ooh.
Haiti. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is the set. You know, it's stupid. It's all political, but you got two heads of state. And they don't want to share that. Of course, they don't want to share in their power. It is ridiculous because they share the same bloodline. Most Dominicans and all Haitians share the same bloodline.
Try telling them that though.
No, you know what? The Haitians are good with that. It's the Dominicans that are a problem.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the Dominicans are the problem. Because the Dominicans, I ain't no black. I ain't no black. They got that going on. They got that mentality going on.
Brandon is so quiet today.
I know why too.
You got Solomon with his stories.
Yeah, I love your stories because I knew the DR could be dangerous.
Oh, it can be. It can be. And you know what? Look at this stupid thing that's going on, right? It's the same thing that's going on here. Naturally, there's more affluence in the Dominican Republic than Haiti.
Well, yeah.
So what happens? So Haitians go over to the Dominican Republic to find work. Not to go robbing and stealing, to find work and provide for their families. Who hires them? Not Haitians. Dominicans hire them. But what do the average Dominicans do? The same thing that's done here. Put the blame on the Haitians.
Yep.
They're taking our stuff. They're not taking nothing. It's being given to them by Dominican business people. That's what they're doing. Why are they doing that? Because it's cheap labor. And guess what? Because it's cheap labor, other Dominicans that can afford whatever the product is, whatever's manufactured, it's more affordable for the Dominican. But they got all these ignorant Dominican, and ignorance in Dominican Republic is rampant because their educational system is not all that. If you ain't got money to put your child through private schools and you're sending them to public schools, they would be grossly uneducated. And they fall for all this nonsense. They're in the same island. I didn't see Sinners, man. Everybody keeps talking about Sinners, and I haven't seen it. I got to check that out.
I don't want to see that movie.
No? It's something profound about the message in that movie. Something profound about it. But
I'm good.
Eventually, I'm going to see it.
What was you saying, Brand?
The movie Sinners?
Yeah, Sinners.
I haven't heard of it.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, Michael B. Jordan. It's been talked about so often in so many different circles. I'm bugging out. More so from our community. It's
I'm good.
But like, okay, so you got Trinidad and Tobago, they're separate, right?
Yep.
And then there's maybe, I don't know, one or two other countries that have that kind of thing going on, where they have two separate governments. But Haiti and the Dominican, they need to stop that nonsense. Listen, make it one island, one government. Figure out. You still haven't seen it, Quiet? Quiet, if you know what it's all about, can you come on up, break it down? Decide. French, Spanish, whatever the hell language you want to pick, just pick one, and let's keep it moving. The truth is, after the Dominicans got their independence, look, the Spanish enslaved the Taino and forced them into mining gold and working plantations. They raped, tortured, and killed the native population. Yeah. Within 50 years, over 90% of the Taino people were wiped out due to enslavement, massacres, European diseases like smallpox and measles, starvation, and I guess another thing's going to pop up. Yeah. Look, when the Spanish showed up, they came up with one purpose in mind. They came up with one purpose. They had to feed the Spanish crown with the gold necessary to pay their debts for the war that they had against the Moors for, what was it, 700 years? 700 years? 700 years fighting. So when Columbus arrived, the people that were on that ship with him, they weren't the best people in the world. They were raised to fight a war. They were raised to be ruthless. So the first shop that they set up was in Quisqueya. That's the name given to the island, the whole island, by the Taínos, which I discovered. I got DNA from the Taínos, which surprised the hell out of me. I didn't think I would have any. Because they got wiped out. So apparently, either my mother or my father, I would wager to bet that it was on my mother's side. That I got the Taino DNA from. But the thing is this. They set up shop on that island, Quisqueya. That's the name given to it by the Taínos, Quisqueya. Well, the Spanish, they wanted their own name. They called it Hispaniola. This is Hispaniola, y'all. Okay? All y'all Spanish people, don't call it Hispaniola, all right? It's got a new identity. We're running the show now. And of course, the inhabitants, they were brutal. Brutal. But you're gonna go up in there and you're gonna get us our gold. Our gold. Taínos don't know nothing about possessing what nature is given to them. They don't understand ownership of land, of sort. They don't understand that. They take what they need to survive, and that's it. But when the Spanish came in, oh no, we're putting a name on this thing. We're putting ownership on this thing, and you're gonna give us. Matter of fact, you're gonna get up, go get that, huh? You don't tell us what to do. Wrong answer. So they caught the beat down. They caught they were getting unalive, beaten down. Now you couldn't unalive them too much now because you wanted them to go get it.
Right.
So when they started seeing it, when they started seeing that there might be a better product that can go out and do the mining and endure more punishment. Yeah. That's when they said, well, let's go to a different continent. Go get us some people. Yeah. Along the coast of Western Africa, we can get us some people. Yeah. And they brought them over. And of course, what did they do to the Africans that they brought over? They beat them down, whooped them down, raped them, did everything. Crazy. Mistreat them. And it's very interesting because from where they were getting them, which was Ghana also had their own slaves, but they didn't treat their slaves anywhere near the same that the Spanish did. Nowhere near. They didn't treat them. Look, everybody should go look into how Ghanaians treated their slaves. Who in time they were treated way better and even had the ability to become either a part of the family or eventually gain their own freedom. Very different. And there's a question as to whether or not the Ghanaians understood who they were handing over these slaves to when it came to the Europeans. Did they understand what the treatment was? Because they might not have understood that at the time. They later discovered, and now they're apologizing, basically. All right. Well, going back to the Hispaniola. So now, and now you got some mixing going on, right? Because you got the remaining Tainos mixing with the Africans. So now you got this new group. And of course, what did the Spanish do? They pit one against the other, of course. Well, you got straighter hair. You're closer to us. You're not, the others are not as good as you. And the identifier is the appearance. That's why, Professor, I want you to go check that post. So now there's a whole lot going on in the Atlantic Ocean between the powers, between the British, there it is. Land of High Mountains by the Taino. Haiti, Land of High Mountains. Yeah, by the Taino. Look, see, the vegans hip to his own history, to our history, really, because we're pretty much the same. Hispaniola and began violent colonization, enslaving, killing, wiping out. And later the French, there it is. Later the French took over the western side. Now Haiti and the Spanish kept the eastern side. But look, let me explain something here that my fellow Dominicans, for some reason, I don't know what the hell's wrong with them, but after a power slave revolt, Haiti became the first black republic in the world, reclaimed the name. Yes, Haiti was the first successful, wasn't the first revolt, but it was the first successful revolt against a European power. And not just any European power, the most powerful European power at the time, which was the Napoleon.
Yeah.
They were the first successful, the first revolt took place on the other side of the island, on the Spanish side of the island. That was the first revolt with a character, I forget his name, that was the equivalent of Nat Turner. Is that his name? Nat Turner, right? that right, Professor? Nat Turner. But 100 years before Nat Turner, 100 years before, in the Spanish side of the island. And he was not successful. But he caused a lot of problems. They mad. They mad. Look here, vegan. They mad is an understatement. The U.S. government saw what happened with the revolt in Haiti, and they were terrified that it would happen to the slaves here in the United States. They were terrified of that. They didn't like that. They didn't like your boy Toussaint. They didn't like your boy Toussaint. Dessalines, they don't like none of them dudes because they represented something that scared them, that potentially a revolt amongst the slaves here in the United States can be successful also. And remember, it was the French that helped the British, the U.S. government. It was the French that helped the British, that helped to the independence movement against the British, and which is what helped to create what's known as the United States at that time. So they had like a strange bond because the French they were here, and yeah, they had slaves too here in what's known as the United States. So because of their financial interests, the U.S. joined along. Oh, Professor, I was asking about Nat Turner. You know who Nat Turner is, right?
Oh, yeah, I know about the Nat Turner Rebellion. Yep, I know about that.
So 100 years prior to Nat Turner, there was a rebellion on the island of Quisqueya on the Spanish side. That was the first black slave rebellion. It wasn't successful. The one that Toussaint kicked off was successful, but the one that this dude kicked off in Dominican Republic, in what's Dominican Republic today, that wasn't successful, but it was equivalent to what Nat Turner did, where he caused a lot of problems.
Yep.
Caused a lot of problems. 100 years prior to Nat Turner. Now, the French, not just the French, European nations, including the United States, put on what could probably be the most oppressive sanctions on the Haitian people. To this day, that's why Haiti can't progress financially. And, you know, Dominicans are mad about this, but that's on them. But Haiti, in their pursuit to be able to generate the money necessary to pay off the French, they went next door and said, yo, you with us now. Hey, the Dominicans hate that. But the Haitians invaded the Dominican Republic and snatched them up. I think it was like 20 years. For 20 years, they were under Haitian rule. They didn't like it because under Haitian rule, they were forced to labor in order for Haiti to gather the money to be able to pay off the French so they can get them off their back. Here's another very important detail that Vegan Kings, yeah. And so the Dominicans didn't get their independence from the Spaniards. The Haitians got their independence from France, But the Dominicans didn't get their independence from Spain. They got their independence from Haiti. They hate that. And after and here's the crazy part. After they got their independence, they didn't know what to do. So they had to figure out how they were gonna survive after their independence. And they almost went under French rule. Almost. Or maybe they did for like a hot second. The French stepped in and said, "We got your back. Don't worry. Just pledge allegiance to us." And now, every time a Haitian, a Dominican talks, they always use the fact that they were under Haitian rule as justification for expressing their hate, but it's about this as well. It's about this as well. It's about that skin color. It's about that hair texture. Huh? Yeah, they're trying to hide that. But if you don't know your history, you might believe it. You might believe it. I'm no black. I'm no black. Yo, they sound stupid when they say that. Yeah, they do. They sound stupid when they say that. Real stupid. But, you know, that's that. All right, Brandon, what did you want to say?
Yeah, because she's been awfully quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yep.
Yeah, see? So, you know, I mean, I
didn't want to interrupt you. You were on a roll.
Hey, I feel like an animal.
What's
Yeah, that's our history. That's vegans and my history.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, over for political reasons, we got that separation. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, had we not had that political boundary, there'd be a whole lot of chocolate throughout the whole island. A whole lot of chocolate. Yeah, even my grandmother who was blue-eyed. I mean, no, she had a special type of blue eyes, a rare form of blue eyes. They call them gray. Those are the really bright ones. You look like a predatory animal. She was a predatory animal, let me tell you. Yeah, but that's what she looked like, a predatory animal. And she loved the chocolate. What are you gonna do? Her father is part of a group of families that was sent by the Spanish government to reintroduce a white population on the island because everybody was going after that chocolate. I guess, hey, they liked it. So, hey, that's where I got my nose from and my lips. And y'all already know I'm black from the waist down. Okay, enough said.
Where are you driving through, Solomon?
Yeah, where are you right now?
I'm by Detroit, Michigan.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
I'm good. No, I'm good.
Let me tell you something. Detroit, I'm trying to think right now of all the towns nowadays, of all the towns that are in really bad shape. Which is the one that stands out there? Listen, there are a few out your way. Professor's one of them. Spokane, right? That's how they pronounce it.
Spokane. Yeah.
I used to pronounce it Spokane as a youth, but I guess that's a violation, right? In Washington State, right?
It's Spokane.
Yeah. No, as a youth, I used to pronounce it Spokane, and And then I discovered that Washingtonians, they don't like that. It's Spokane. So I said, okay, hey, whatever you say. I ain't looking for trouble. Spokane. Hey, Spokane is kind of roughed up.
It really is. Sometimes we call it Spokompton or Spokanistan. I'm sorry, that's bad.
Yo, Spokompton? Wow.
Yeah, Spokompton.
Hey.
That's the official nickname, Spokompton.
Listen. Spokompton is right. Yo, that place look rugged. Huh? Hey, I'm telling you right now.
I can't with you. You telling the truth. It's just the way you're saying it. It's like your raw emotions coming out. Like you rolled through there and you're like, yeah, no.
I felt some kind of way. As I was driving by. I felt some kind of way as I was driving by. My pores opened up and everything. I was like, yo. What is this? I don't remember Spokane being like this the last time I drove through.
No, I heard it's gotten bad. There was a time when I first moved to the state, it wasn't such a bad place, but yeah, now they call it Spokompton.
Spokompton.
Yep.
Listen, Camden, New Jersey.
Oh no, I won't even touch that with a 10-foot pole. Nope.
Oh no. I went to do a delivery at a Pathmark supermarket chain, Pathmark in Camden, New Jersey. I kept the truck in the same lot where the Pathmark was, and I went across the street to the McDonald's. One of two of the most ghetto McDonald's I have ever. Listen, I saw a rat go by with a bulletproof vest and some bamboo earrings. Bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair on a rat.
Oh Lord. Oh,
inside the McDonald's. They're not. No, not on the outside.
Oh,
he's waiting his turn to order.
At least he was being polite.
You're right. At least he's waiting the line. He probably could have pulled out right there. Pew, 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 pew. I'm getting mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Washington, D.C. was the other one. Ratchet is all hell.
Oh, well, you got me cracking up.
And Quiet said Trenton. Yeah, Trenton is not all that pleasurable. Now Philly with that area where you got a high concentration of addicts. I forget the name of that neighborhood. Yeah, that neighborhood is I'm looking at all these people. Look, they were in terrible shape. They got ashy lips. Yo, it wasn't looking right.
Oh, wait, you got me going.
It wasn't looking right. Now, if I had to compare it to where I grew up, it's still better than where I grew up. I mean, if you see footage of the Bronx back in the 70s and the 80s, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Vegan knows. Vegan grew up in a not so great area in New York City too.
I was telling him about a vegan festival that's about to happen up that way, and he's like, no offense, Professor, I just can't with New York because y'all's parking is crazy, and He was
Parking?
Yep, the
Who
park.
said parking? They got parking.
Yep, the
Who
park.
said parking? They got parking. When did that start?
And he's like, I just don't, because see, here's the thing: we got a vegan festival in Seattle on August 10th.
Yeah.
I can't go because I'm gonna film something else that I'm gonna hold as a surprise for y'all on my peninsula the same day. So, because the vegan festival's on the same day, I can't go to Seattle.
Oh my, we're gonna get a treat.
Yes.
We're gonna get a treat.
But I get what you're saying about busted places. It's something about Spokane that just, and in Trenton, New Jersey, I've heard about too. I'm just not in no hurry to go to Trenton. I'm not trying to be mean.
Kensington. That's the name of the area, Quiet. Kensington in Philly. Yeah, Kensington. It's
What's
like
up with Kensington?
Listen, if you're brave enough to walk, you walk down, I forget what that street is in Kensington, neighborhood of Kensington. There's an intersection, okay? Don't matter which direction you go. If you've never been around there and you walk around there, you're going to be looking all over the place, not just because of what you see, but you're going to be looking for cameras, like movie cameras, like filming cameras. You're going to be looking. You're like, oh shit, where they at? Because you're going to swear that you're on the set of The Walking Dead. You're going to swear.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, I'm an extra? No, I can't be an extra. I'm too big to be an extra. Look at all these other people out here.
There was another little city where the fentanyl was really bad, and they just called it. Where was this at?
Kensington, Philly.
Okay.
Kensington is the neighborhood where it's a what do you call what's the name of that substance again? It's
fentanyl.
It's a fentanyl feast over there. It's a fentanyl buffet.
It's a feast. Ooh.
It's a buffet over there.
Oh, it's a buffet.
It's a buffet.
Yeah, it's almost like you said, like The Walking Dead. There's I've seen footage of it. There's people walking around looking like zombies.
I listened
everywhere.
to Pastor Geno Jennings hook it up. I know what you're talking about. He's talked about it growing up. It was bad. The 70s and 80s made some legendary gangsters throughout the United States, though.
Those gangsters were different from the prior generations.
Yep.
Because those gangsters, or a lot of what we call gangsters, they parted ways from the organized crime families in the way they presented themselves.
Yep.
My generation was the first to break out and started working in smaller groups and showing off the what they were making. They were showing off. That's why I wear the gold chains on Whip It Out Wednesday, because my generation was the first generation to start showing off.
Oh, that's true.
And that's how we in the hood used to compare one another and demonstrate how successful we were in the underworld by brandishing all kinds of jewelry, the type of you're 17, 18 years old driving a souped up Beamer. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're wearing a name buckle made of, I don't know, 10 karat gold, because it can't be 24 karat, it's too soft. But it's made of 10 karat gold or something like that.
Right.
A belt buckle. The belt buckle costs more than what the average working class person would make in a year. And you're 17, 18 years old. This dude that I was acquainted to, disclaimer, I never did business with this guy.
Okay. I know what that means. I'm sorry.
This guy at 19 years old was making $52,000 a week.
That was good money back then.
and he was a nobody.
Yep, that was good money back then too.
He was a nobody making $52,000 a week. He was a nobody. So you can just imagine what the somebodies were making. Okay?
Yep.
And he didn't hide that he was making money. He didn't hide it. This guy did some he did some self-incriminating stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. He used to sell the brown stuff. What everybody identifies as the brown stuff. It's not really brown when you process it, but whatever. I don't know nothing about that, but check this out though. The stamp, because what they use is glycine bags, little glycine bags.
Right.
And on the glycine bags, you would put the stamp, you would brand your own product. And
I heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, you would stamp your own product. You would stamp the glycine bag, fold it up real nice, and so that everybody could see the name brand. And this fool went ahead and put that same name brand at the bottom of his swimming pool back in Puerto Rico. No connection, right? No connection.
That's so stupid.
What a genius. In any event, eventually he did get caught. He's doing life without the possibility of parole.
Oh wow.
Him and a bunch of other people that I'm acquainted with, which is
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But that's the reason why I sport all that cha-ching when I do my Whip It Out Wednesday, because that's what surrounded me. That was a major distraction because it wasn't about stocks and bonds to the average person growing up in the hood. It was trying to aspire to get to that.
Facts.
And you didn't need to fill out an application. So all you had to do was just befriend or give them the impression that, well, not the impression, you better not be a snitch. You wouldn't last. But, which is crazy because eventually the way they wound up going down was through snitching on each other. Crazy. Let me tell you something. When that federal prosecutor is throwing those football figures at these dudes, yeah, they see they get a change in their perspective of life. Like, how many years?
That's what you call it.
How many years?
Y'all crack me up.
What? Listen, hey. Now, so they're different from the previous generation, which were, they dressed and acted like gentlemen. Okay. Dressed like Bumpy. Bumpy wouldn't be out with chains and all. Bumpy had a button-down shirt, a jacket, a hat, dressed like a gentleman. Okay. Mickey Barnes, same thing. They dressed like gentlemen. Yeah, they ran a clandestine operation or an underground whatever, but again, button-down shirt, dress jacket, dress shoes, an occasional tie, like gentlemen. They had their enforcers.
Business attire.
Yep.
Not like my generation. My generation went and just said, F the world. You don't like it? Pew pew. I ain't got to hear your mouth no more. Done deal.
Yep.
Everybody was getting it. Cops were getting it. Everybody was getting it. So But all that is done now. If anybody's setting up shop now, there's a good chance that you're being allowed to set up shop so that you can get snatched up later.
Yep. Even that, I'm sub to that guy from La Costa Nostra that got
Yep.
out of prison, Michael Franzese.
Yep.
He says the same thing. He's like, you ain't getting by with it no more. It's cameras everywhere. Somebody will catch you and you won't even know you were being filmed.
Yep.
And it don't even have to be the cops. It can be a regular person in your neighborhood who knows who you are. And they're like, for this much, I'll give this footage. That's just how it works now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You will
They used to
have
have a pro.
huh?
When I was in South Carolina, they had a program on the billboards, you know, and it said drop a dime, earn $200, something like
Yeah.
that. Where
Oh,
they
wow.
were
$200 for somebody who's thirsty, who needs their wake up. What?
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
They'll call in a heartbeat.
Wow.
They'll call in a heartbeat. Somebody who's hooked on that brown stuff. Somebody who's hooked on heroin. If people here don't know, when you're coming off of heroin, it's like having the worst flu in your life.
Oh, okay. It's that bad. I've never
it
had a
can kill
drug
you.
problem.
It can kill you.
Actually, I'm gonna. This is the actual truth about that. It won't kill you. There is one substance that will. Detoxing off this one substance will kill you.
What?
When you wind up in jail, they need to know. Well, it's obvious that you're on it. Very obvious. If this is your substance of choice that you can do without and you're locked up, they have to give you immediate care. Alcohol.
Oh, yeah. That alcohol
Yep.
poisoning ain't no joke.
Detoxing off of alcohol is extremely dangerous.
Yep.
Detoxing
Yep.
off of it. Now, I'm not talking about how you drink, Brandon.
Well, I've been
That's-
sober for a week now, believe it or not.
Yeah, no, that's casual. That's not. If you were sober for a week, you're not at that level at all.
Mhm. You're talking about the people that wake up in the morning drinking the bottle of Jim Beam
All day,
throughout the day.
All day. Yep.
every
Yep.
day, every day. Yeah,
They had somebody here in Palm Beach that got locked up, and he told him, "I'm an alcoholic. I need alcohol." And then he got like sick, and they just put him in the infirmary overnight. And when they woke up, he was unresponsive.
Gone. Yeah, he was gone.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Now there's a second substance, but it's a pill. I don't remember what it was, but that was the latest before I left corrections. That was the latest. But alcohol, definitely. Alcohol has always been, but people don't know that. People assume that because when you see a heroin addict kicking or somebody who's been on opioids kicking, when you see how they're reacting, how their body's reacting, everybody assumes that, yeah, they're going to die because they're in incredible pain and they're throwing up all over the place. They got explosive diarrhea. I mean, they're everywhere. Okay.
Mostly muscle cramp. I actually helped a friend get off of that, and it was so bad that I told him, if you ever get on this again, I can't help you, man. It was just so heartbreaking.
Ooh, wow.
And that was one of my best friends. He ended up dying from it.
Ooh.
Because he used to take those opioid patches that would go in the skin, and he would break them up and chew on them.
Oh, chew.
I mean, that's how bad. I mean, he was.
Ooh.
Listen,
Ooh.
people who start up drug spots with heroin specifically, if you want to attract a lot of new clientele, let one of your customers overdose. It will draw everybody and their mother in that's on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mhm.
How crazy is that? They're looking for that. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for something that will take them, because a lot of them feel like their resistance is so high, because you develop a resistance with time. And they feel like their resistance is so high that the regular stuff is nothing to them. So if somebody gets unalive on a bag of that stuff, that's the one that's going to make them feel like they've been feeling since day one. So that's where they're going to go, which is kind of crazy.
Oh, wow.
So here's what happens for those of you who know nothing about opioids. And this is something that, and as a matter of fact, I was on a live yesterday, Tulu TV. I wish I could put it up, but you already saw what happened when I opened up another window, Professor. But Tulu TV, that's the name of the channel. Tulu, as a matter of fact, let me write it. Tulu TV. So I went over to his live, and it's funny how we met, because I was on another live where I met him, and he put me on timeout.
That's your MO.
Oh, that was on Yolanda's channel.
Okay.
He put me on timeout because you know how I go into people's channels.
Oh, I think I was there that afternoon.
Yeah. And Tulu TV. So Tulu is an Army vet, wounded in combat.
Oh.
So they prescribed opioids to him. The first time he used it, he was in Europe, in Germany, and they shipped him over to the United States to continue his recovery here, because the vehicle he was in went over an IED and damaged his legs.
Ugh.
So he was here stateside, but when they transferred him from Germany to stateside, he hadn't had his pills in like 4 days, and he started feeling horrible. So he didn't know what was going on until the nurse explained to him, no, listen, when was the last time you took your pills? It's been 4 days. You're withdrawing from the pills. So, yeah, so he decided not to mess with those pills no more. And he hurt his shoulder, so he had several operations on his shoulder, and he refused to take any opioids. He only takes aspirin and Aleve. That's it.
Yeah. Well, they started when they came out with the OxyContin and the oxycodone.
Yeah.
That was like the miracle drug, and a lot of people got addicted. A lot of people died from it, you know.
Well, that's the problem, because when you get injured and you're prescribed this stuff.
Yep. A lot of people unknowingly got onto it. You know?
Yeah, they get hooked.
I've had family members that had to go through surgery.
Yeah, I met a lawyer that lost everything.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
He got hooked.
Oh.
And that same guy, that same friend of mine who I was talking about, whenever he couldn't get his stuff, he would forge prescriptions for that to get him by.
Yeah. They would go to great lengths to get that.
Mm-hmm.
And every day they have to get their what they call their wake up. Now, some crackheads are clowns and use the same terminology, but they don't need to wake up. Mm-hmm. So what happens with opioids is that you have a natural painkiller in your body. You have a natural one.
Yep.
Nowhere near as strong, but it's still a painkiller nonetheless. When you introduce an opioid into your body, the levels go to a point where your brain says, okay, I'm going to stop producing this natural chemical we have, which is dopamine.
Yep.
So the brain says, okay, no more, because apparently we're getting info that you already got enough. So I'm going to tell the glands responsible for producing dopamine to chill. However, it takes 3 days for the body to realize that there's no longer a substance
Coming.
that has replaced the dopamine.
Oh.
So your production of dopamine has been shut down. And it's been 3 days. Now the body's got no painkiller whatsoever.
Oof.
So you ain't got no dopamine flowing in your veins. And now you're sniffling, you're sharding, you're vomiting, you're in pain.
Body's cramping up.
Yep.
Oh.
Your body's going crazy now. It's like it's been attacked by some crazy ass disease that got you dragging one leg in the street begging. Yeah. So to avoid getting to that extent, the user says, I need to wake up. Because they're already, by morning, they're already starting to, depending on when they took it, but by morning, usually they're already starting to feel queasy.
Mm.
They're starting to drag already. And before they get there, I need my wake up.
Oof.
And these clowns that take crack, some of them take crack and heroin, but they know the terminology. They use the terminology. Yeah, I need that wake up. They'll come around, they'll come around to the dealer, geeking and whatnot, like, yo, looking on the floor, looking for crumbs on the floor, looking for little pieces of rocks and whatnot. Yo, I need that. I need that. Hey, yo, I'm talking to you. Yo, all right, chill. Yo, you got that? Yo, I need to wake up. No, you don't need to wake up, bro. You need to get up. You need to get the hell up out of here with your robotic skills. The thing So the thing with crack or any kind of stimulant equivalent to crack is that first blast, that first hit is the one, boom. Now, what is that? Boom.
Yep.
I asked an ex-girlfriend because she got hooked on that. And I asked her, yo, why are you, how did that happen? How did you want, you see, we're in the hood. You see the effect, and you still went down that path. What's up with that? I mean, what is it about that? And she said, listen to me, okay? You better not ever, because let me tell you, that first time I hit it, this is what I felt, okay? You know when you're having sex, and like half a second before you climax, you know that feeling you get? Multiply that by 10.
Ooh.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
So that's their first blast. And now they're on a hunt. They're on a hunt for that same feeling which they never get after the first blast. They don't get it. They can get the same product with the same intensity, smoke it, and not get the same effect as they got when they got that first blast. They're not climaxing like that.
But that's what they're looking for.
That's what they're looking for. And they'll be up for days looking for that. Until finally their body can't take it anymore. They collapse somewhere and sleep for like 2-3 days. And when they wake up, they go hunting for it. And when they take that first blast after sleeping all those days, they get it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get it again. And what do? Go back on a hunt for days again. And the cycle continues. They keep searching for that intense feeling. But you only get it on the first every time you rest, every time you sleep. but they're up for days searching for it, doing whatever, selling their brown booty hole, whatever, to get that feeling.
Oof, that's crazy.
Yep.
Yep. They're doing some Pound Town just to get that.
Oh, they did pretty much do anything they can.
They'll do. An acquaintance of mine accepted this lady's 2 children as collateral
Oh no, come
for
on.
some
Now.
product.
Oh, come on now.
She was lucky that she went to him, because what he did was he was mad, but he did the transaction, and he took those kids over to his mom's house. She fed them, she bathed them, she took care of them until this lady came back with the money.
Oh wait.
Yeah, they will go to that extreme and then some. Like I said, this lady performed oral on a dog, broad daylight in the street,
Oh.
Yeah. Ugh.
for a nickel, for
Yep,
5 beats.
people I've heard desperate things, selling their babies for crack. It was that epidemic wasn't no joke.
No, it wasn't.
That blast, man. That initial blast.
Remember when I told y'all on a live some time ago, a lady that I went to college with, that when I met her, she hadn't been a drug addict in years,
Yep.
but her cognitive abilities, a doctor had to tell her in private, because we would take classes, and if it required long range reading, she would have to go back and read it more than once. Remember, I told you that the doctor told her, I'm going to be honest with you, your drug use was so long and prolonged, you may struggle with this for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because name something from the 1960s when she was in her 20s, name anything. She said she was into all of it. You know how insane that is? You could list a drug and she could tell you. I'm like, oh. If you met her, you'd think she's a sweet old lady now, but she can't concentrate. She has to physically sit and concentrate on everything. When it was an assignment for a class, she could not let herself get distracted or she'll lose it.
Mm-hmm.
And they told her that drug use did some stuff to your brain that's irreversible.
So for all my my hip hop fans, if you're a hip hop fan from the late 70s, the mid 70s, well, the 70s and the 80s, if you're a hip hop fan from that time, you know about the Rocksteady crew.
Oh yes, I've heard of them. I don't know what they was into, but I heard of them.
So they're known for being in the movie Beat Street. That movie that was made by Harry Belafonte.
Yep.
And Ray Don Chung was in there.
Oh, she was beautiful back in the day.
Yeah. So Beat Street, there were two two dancing crews that were battling it out. I think it was the New York Breakers and Rocksteady, the Rocksteady crew. So I think the one that I was closest to from the Rocksteady might have been Lenny. Lenny was probably the one I didn't really get along with a few of them, but Lenny I got along with and I was cool with, and every time we saw each other, we greeted each other with respect and with love.
Was this the same guy from the movie you were in?
Yeah, no. I didn't. The movie I was in, I wasn't with any of those guys.
Okay.
But I hadn't seen Lenny for like maybe 10 years. I bumped into him because I moved into the same neighborhood he was living in. As a matter of fact, he lived about half a block from the building I lived in. So he lived on I lived in the middle of the block. He lived on the corner. And I see Lenny walking toward me. And I had to squint. I had to look carefully. Is this Lenny? When I saw Lenny came walking down the street looking like this.
Oh. Oh, wow. Oh.
And when Lenny saw me, he recognized me. I didn't know if I should call out his name or not, greet him. I just looked at him. And Lenny saw me. And he went, "Yo, what's up?"
Oh, wow.
I went, "Yo, Lenny, man. How you been? You all right? You all right, Lenny?" "Yeah, man. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in a long time. Yo, you got $20?
Oh.
Are you for real, man? What you got going on that you need 20? Listen, anytime you suspect somebody is on some substance and they ask you for $20, that's like your confirmation right there. Yeah.
Oh,
He's on it.
wow.
Yeah, he's on it. Because they're always there. For some reason, when they want to borrow money from somebody, it's always $20. So I said, I gave Lenny the 20. I said, "Lenny, you all right?" "Yeah, man. Yo, good looking, yo, where you at?" I didn't want to tell him that I lived half a block away from him. I didn't want him looking for me for every time he needed a 20. So I said, "No, I live close. I live close, Lenny." I said, "Yeah, yo, come through, man. Come see me." I said, "Well, yeah, I'm seeing you right now, Len. Hey, back then I didn't say stay fresh, did I? I might have. But yeah, Lenny wasn't the same. Lenny was smoking weed with dust.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
Ooh,
rough.
no.
Yeah. Dust, for those of you who don't know, is formaldehyde.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You take
It's
you take mint leaves, you submerge them in formaldehyde, you take them out, let it dry off, it makes these crystals, and then you crumble up the mint leaves and put, don't ask me how I know, but you put them in
when I was a teenager, I ended up getting a hold of some of that, just trying to look for just some of the devil's cabbage, and
ooh,
oh boy,
What
that
is
was
devil's cabbage? What is it? Yeah.
weed.
it's the green
Weed.
stuff, just marijuana. So
Oh.
they I got a hold of a bag that had some of that on it, and that was, I had to put my seatbelt on for about fucking 10 hours, man. It was the most craziest thing. People would talk to me. I couldn't even understand what they were saying. It was like I was on Charlie Brown. And you know how the adults talk on Charlie Brown?
Right.
Wop, 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 wop. That's how everybody sounded to me. And I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It
Well,
was
Lenny-
one of the worst.
Lenny must have liked that sound because he never got off that.
Yeah.
Never got off.
It wasn't fun for me. That was for sure.
So in those days, I used to embrace my bottle of rum on a regular basis. And
Ooh.
yeah, there were a bunch of on that same block that I lived on, where Lenny lived. There were a couple of other guys that we were friends. Two of them that lived directly across the street. They were brothers, and one of them was studying law, and the other brother was just like, I don't know, he was just looking cute. That's it. That was his thing, looking cute. And then we had another one who was a superintendent, and then we had two others. So it was, what's the count now? About 6 of us, right? And what we used to do was go to Orchard Beach every weekend to sell beer. So we would generate enough profit so that the beer that we were drinking was free, basically. And we were able to have enough to go and buy more beer for the next weekend. So we would be excited. Now, selling beer in Orchard Beach was not legal, okay? But we did it anyway, and the way we were doing it, if you were to walk upon us and see us selling this stuff, you would think we were selling something else. Because, we had our head on a swivel. Somebody came, they wouldn't flash the money. We would act like, you got to watch it. You can't just flash the money like that. And, the hand to hand. And then we would dig into that cooler, pull out that beer, look around. Everybody would start looking around, make sure the coast was clear, hand off the can. And we would get drunk like it was nobody's business. And then at one point,
wow.
At one point, we stepped down from the boardwalk. We were, just to say drunk was an understatement. We were gone. And one of our boys, he took that one step down from the boardwalk onto the sand and went head first right into the sand like a missile.
Oh, wow.
And the other one yelled out, "Yo, what's wrong with you, man? Is that the reason why you drink? You drink to do that shit?" Oh my God, when he said that, I lost it. I started laughing. I wound up on my knees, buried my face in that dirty ass sand. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm telling you right now, had you seen us doing those transactions, those hand-to-hand transactions, absolutely crazy. It looked crazy. It looked like we were selling something else. It looked like we were selling something highly illegal. Well, that's my story. And I'm to it.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that something? Yeah, but my homeboy, I think my homeboy got his legal degree, but his brother wound up getting locked up. The other one who was the superintendent, he got locked up too. Flex from Rocksteady, he's doing mega time, I think, for homicide. Kuriaki was unalived. I don't know what happened to Lenny.
You don't know where Lenny is?
Huh?
You don't know where Lenny is?
I don't know if I don't even know if he's alive. No, I don't.
Oh, wow.
After I left that neighborhood, I left. I no longer have contact with him.
I don't blame you.
What's his face? Crazy Legs, who I was no fan of. He's still out there though. He's still out there promoting breakdancing and all that other good stuff. But I wasn't friendly with him. I didn't care for his personality.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And Kuriaki, I really didn't like. But he got unalive. He got unalive by, I think it was Flex unalive. Yeah, I think it was Flex unalive. A lot of my homeboys from back in the day that, like Flip Rock. Flip Rock is Bobby. People don't know his name. But Flip Rock was on the opposing team that was battling Rocksteady. I lost contact with him. Speedy, I lost contact with Speedy. Adam, who used to manage Bobby, Flip Rock, and Speedy, he passed away 6 months ago, I think.
Oh,
I was still in contact with him. Matter of fact, he met my son, and that was for him. That was an odd meeting, because he knew immediately, without having met my son he met my son for the first time, and he had never even seen pictures of him. He immediately knew he was my son. My son had to walk out. I had to find a parking spot, but my son walked over to Adam to greet him for the first time, and Adam was bugging out. And yeah, he passed away about 6 months ago.
oh,
Yeah. And I had quite a few people in my immediate circle passed away in this past year, like 6 people.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I almost joined them not too long ago, so I would have been in that list. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here.
I'm kind of glad too.
yep.
I get to talk about the least mentioned thing when it comes to prepping. What do you know about prepping, Brandon?
Like I was listening to you guys earlier talk about those prepper shows and stuff like that, and I agree with you 100% on those. Those guys are a little bit not too bright for doing that, but you know, going on those
tell
shows.
everybody. Yep. As much as I love y'all don't know everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got a drone near your house, Professor.
No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't
Did
see
you
it.
guys?
You can't see it because
Did
it
you
looks like
guys
a
go
fan.
by any of the protests today?
That's what we were talking about. You missed that too, because basically, I work for the military. Our captain put out an email before we all left work Friday in the greater Seattle area. I saw a little bit of it. So I went to what's called Port Townsend in a county over called Jefferson County. No indication that there was going to be protests there. I'm at the market, which the videos have started popping up. Y'all will see them. People like, there's going to be the no kings at 1 o'clock. I'm like, peace. Let me go on and leave this market then.
Almost every city you Google and you put no kings.
It's
I mean,
gonna show
over
up
here it
all
was
over.
Miami. There's
Yep.
Mar-a-Lago right over here. They were out in front of Mar-a-Lago. You know, it was everywhere.
I like I said, we all talked about this, and what does this all have? What do all three of us have in common? We said that 2025 was going to be a sucky year.
Yep.
Sucky.
And then his darn press secretary, whatever she is, Caroline Levitt, giving off warnings. I'm like, y'all better start paying attention to what she says.
Sucky. Boom, long time. Yes.
It's feeling dictatorial in these streets. It's feeling totalitarian.
My wife works for a corporation, and 3 days ago they gave her a manual, a corporate manual. On how to deal if ICE comes into their stores.
Oh wow!
And how to deal with them. And they're allowed to come in, but you can't answer. They're not allowed to answer any questions or anything like that. They got to just refer them to someone corporate.
That is
not allowed in the back. They're not allowed to answer any questions. If they have a warrant, that's still got to be checked with the thing. It's a whole policy thing. But I'm sure that's not her company's not the only one that's doing that.
Yep,
of course not.
They've been going just randomly in restaurants and everything.
Yep.
You know my opinion about that, right? That's gonna be very I see what Hook It Up Homestead said. You know what my opinion about that is, right?
Oh yeah.
ICE went into certain spots. You know what I believe? Somebody who worked there or somebody close to those places tipped ICE off. How did you know to go raid those specific spots?
100%.
And in some instances that there was when they had Latino and Vietnamese people working in these restaurants and stuff, they only detain the Latinos.
Why not?
Cheaper to deport.
I will vote for Donald Trump. They had that salsa going.
But here's the thing. He never hid, and before he even took over this year, listed names of ethnic minorities. Haiti, Venezuela, I forgot Mexico, and I forgot the fourth one that he was going to deport. And depending on who you ask, he's already done a significant amount of Chinese as well.
I think Afghanistan too.
Yep.
Or he stopped it. He
Oh,
stopped the
if
protection.
if you're Islamic, forget it. Forget it.
People were warned about this and want to. I don't condone the driving in the streets and burning people's cars and waving. The whole waving the Mexican flag. Flag is a flag to me. I don't care. I'm tripping on the damage to the public and setting people's cars on fire. That wasn't called for.
Yeah.
Okay, hook it up. I will vote for Donald Trump. You like that? With the accent? You liked it?
What is she talking about? No police presence.
Well, they're lying.
I'm telling you, this.
They're
I've
lying.
been watching. I sent you that live when it was happening.
I saw.
Solomon,
What was
you
that
remember
guy?
that?
That guy was on some kind of scooter or something, right?
Yeah,
Y'all, this
and he
smells
was
like
was going
a,
all over the place.
This
And
smells like a setup for real.
I'll tell you what. When there are protesters, one of those high-profile protests, they the opposing side has this nasty tendency of sending people to instigate stuff.
mhm.
Yep. There are instigators there. There are people who are paid professional instigators. And that's a conspiracy. They said, no, Google it, and Google paid protesters. And there's companies that have certain tiers. And the more you're willing to do, the more money you gonna get. I'm not making this up. It's out there.
Listen, when they had the BLM,
Oh, Lord.
there was somebody who was being recorded by the news smashing windows, the whole bit, to taint the reason behind the protest.
Yeah.
And make the claim that these protesters are just here to cause trouble, to loot and all that other stuff. So this one guy, face covered, smashing windows, breaking all kinds of stuff. When the actual protesters saw that, they approached him and asked him, "Yo, what are you doing?" The guy didn't respond, didn't do nothing, broke some more stuff, and then left. After they investigated, they discovered that the guy that was doing that was a cop.
Oh no, come on.
He was a cop from another state.
Oh.
So he was hired to do just that.
Ew.
So when anybody starts hearing things about people showing up and robbing and breaking and burning, there's a good chance that these are people, like the professor said, that are paid to go out there and perform these things to taint the credibility of the protesters and why they're protesting. So you got to be careful.
And that's what I'm saying. If they can't tell the difference, just like in Los Angeles, they just not too long ago today issued a dispersal notice. If they can't tell the difference between you and them, what if you were just down there innocently having lunch that day?
You're about to have lunch. You're about to have a bologna and cheese sandwich in a county jail.
And I was told, don't eat that sandwich. I heard that sandwich will give you the craps for days. They say don't eat that bologna sandwich. I've been told. I don't know what they put in it, but I was told don't eat that sandwich.
1 slice of bologna and 2 pieces of bread.
Yep.
And that bread is stale as all hell. You can hear that shit crunching, and it wasn't even toasted.
Yep, I've heard.
Did you ever hear this stuff called vegetable protein loaf? Solomon, when you were working in the facility.
No.
Apparently it's like the most disgusting thing ever. They just brew this whole loaf and it's like made with yeast and other things that's just enough to sustain you, you know?
Right. Probably high in carbohydrates to give you a sugar crash. Calm your ass down.
Mm.
Wow.
Oh my God. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's for you, Homestead. Da-na-na, da-na-na-na.
Look, people can't be upset because in all actuality, before that dude took over, he told you what he was gonna do.
He was straight up.
Yep.
Now I'll give him that consistency, but what I'm saying is this is probably gonna be a pretty wait and see summer, if you know what I mean. Because I don't think this is the end of it. I think it's just gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Especially look at what happened this morning with those two political people unalived.
Oh, the Minnesota senators?
Yep, oh. Tim Walz. I'm like, y'all are taking y'all's dislike for people.
Did they both pass or just one passed and her husband?
The husband and wife both passed.
Right. But the other one is still what?
I think it's opposite. The report I heard was opposite of what you just said, Ms. Helms.
No, I heard that the woman senator passed along with her husband, who got shot also, and the male senator, I don't know what's going on.
And his wife.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
First off, like they said in the news, if somebody shows up as a rogue cop, you don't just open the door like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because now cops show up in twos. Second, y'all should have looked outside to observe if the vehicle was really an actual police vehicle. Now, sometimes they drive around in the unmarked cars, but they're not going to come to your residence in them unmarked cars.
That's an interesting point, Professor. And somebody was talking about the very thing you're talking about, because a lot of these cases where ICE is showing up, they're showing up without a uniform, without any identification, and just snatching people up.
And yeah, that came up too. And why can't you just identify yourself as ICE since you are that? Y'all see that Hispanic kid who wrote a song called Ice, 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 and he was rapping about it? I'm like, oh my goodness.
No, I haven't seen that.
Like a mock performance?
Yeah.
Of Vanilla Nice?
Yeah, I was impressed. You know how you're impressed and offended at the same time? Yeah. The point is, this No King's Day thing, I just don't think this is the end of it. And if you think this is the end of it, you're severely naive. It's just going to get worse this summer.
Well, let me give you an overall summary of what's going on.
Oh, yeah, I want the summary.
So that you have an idea of what to expect for the summer. Okay?
Yep.
Now, it's no secret to anyone as, I don't know, at least the IQ of a roach, that Trump has some kind of special feelings for Putin. Right?
Shock me.
He got some kind of, and he's expressed this openly in public. It's not like this isn't some theory. This is something that he's done live. He has expressed admiration for Putin, for Xi, for Kim, expressed admiration for these guys. Maybe their style of governing, I don't know. With Putin in particular,
right?
before the elections actually took place, during the campaigning, Putin was behaving kind of odd with Trump. He used to just openly support Trump. But then at some point, he turned on Trump. And he started posting pictures of Melania naked on social media.
Oh yeah, that's when he screwed up, when those pictures of her showed up.
But Trump didn't express any dislike or hatred for him doing that. And then Putin comes out and declares his support for Harris. I'm finding all this very unusual.
Yep.
And then on top of that, to add insult to injury, Trump promised that 24 hours after the inauguration, the war between Russia and Ukraine was going to be over, done. And he set up a peace. He set up a meeting and to establish a peace treaty. And Putin sharded all over Trump. Now, I had said in a previous video long before the elections that if I were Trump or if I were Xi Jinping, I would be very careful what they ask for.
Yeah.
Because they might regret it. Trump is a transactional individual.
Very much so. And you can't trust those types ever.
No. And so on the surface, he appears like he's homeboys with Xi Jinping, with Putin, with the Prince of Saudi Arabia. To me, that's all superficial. But once I said in the video, once Trump got into power, pay very close attention, because there's a good chance that relationship that Trump has with these people is going to sour.
Yep.
And Trump is going to establish the upper hand, and they're going to wish they never helped to get him into power. And look right now. Look at Iran's situation. Okay, Syria. Syria collapsed. Syria under al-Assad was had a relationship with Putin. Right now, oddly enough, the Ayatollah of Iran also had a relationship with Russia. If you know anything about the history between those two, you will find that very odd, but nonetheless, they did have a relationship. They're collapsing right now as we speak. The Iranian government is collapsing.
Yep. And those people, they're getting bold over there too. Women refusing to wear hijabs. They're trying to go back to the days when the last Shah of Iran allowed them those freedoms. One girl stripped down to her undies and her bra and just strolled around the campus. And the only reason they didn't get her on Sharia law is because it made international news, and a lot of countries started threatening Iran over that.
Well, things are going to change now, because the Israeli government is targeting, with the help of the U.S., of course, the Israeli government is targeting the leaders of Iran.
Yep, they done already bombed that place.
Yeah, Iran is virtually collapsed.
You think it has?
So between Syria and Iran, for Russia, this is bad news. Really bad news. Now, for all these truckers who were under the impression that Trump was going to be their savior and lower gas prices. That ain't going to happen. Drill, baby, drill is not going to happen, especially not now with the destruction of the Iranian government. That's definitely not going to happen. In recent days, in the past week, oil has surged in price by a lot.
Yep.
And prices at the pump I'm seeing already going up. So they didn't even wait. They raised the price already. They're securing a profit right now, which usually takes time, but not right now. They're taking total advantage. Is Trump mad about that? Of course not.
It ain't going to affect him. Of course it wouldn't make him mad.
Well, the vast majority of billionaires that support him are from the oil sector.
Yep.
So the fact that their profit margins are going to increase is a good thing. What's going to happen to Russia now? Russia's in dire straits right now. Financially, they're in really bad shape. Really bad shape. The only ally that could help them is also in bad financial shape, which is China.
Yep, China's putting up an act, but their middle class is suffering right now. But they try to downplay that, like, nah, it's a little late for that. We all know the truth. Y'all be trying to suppress these people. They still find a way to leak it to the West. It's a bit late for that.
I've seen some content creators that were total Chinese propaganda. It was amazing, the stuff that I was hearing. But I know better because I have some real contacts, and they said no. China's in bad shape financially. China is putting up a front when it comes to these tariffs. They're hurting pretty bad. However, they're saving grace that will help them hold out long enough. Not that it'll reverse their situation, but that will help them hold out long enough, is the fact that Trump is creating such a massive headache for our own allies and putting their financial situation in peril, that they are looking to establish trading relationships with China at a much larger scale and reducing partnership with the United States substantially. And not only that, it doesn't just impact the United States financially, which the professor is right. We're going to see the results come this summer, because all this stuff, all this nonsense that's going on with the tariffs, you're not going to see the impact until the summer.
Very true. And that's when it's going to get ugly.
Right, like around August.
Yep.
Now, here's the deal. Here's the big problem. It's not that the U.S. can't recover if Trump just said, okay, that's enough. No. The problem is these new relationships that are being established to compensate for the lack of trust that was lost throughout these shenanigans. That's the real problem.
Yeah, I agree.
And militarily also, because even though we spy on one another, and I'm talking about our allies, even though we spy on one another, we still depend on one another's cooperation for the dissemination of intelligence. And our allies might be sharing a little less than usual, which is not necessarily a good thing. And if you put all that stuff together with the desperation with with China, the desperation with Putin, his inability to get his oil out the way he wants to make the profits that he wants to. There's going to be some desperation on behalf of Russia and China, and we could potentially see an escalation, military escalation in the Pacific.
Where in the Pacific exactly?
Along the near the Philippines and around that area.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get, yeah, it makes sense.
And that's okay. So World War II was a turning point for the United States financially.
It was. Ooh, wait.
Europe was getting devastated. Their economies were getting destroyed. They needed help. They turned to the U.S. The U.S. ramped up its production of a lot of things.
Yep.
In order to provide the goods that were lacking in Europe as a result of World War II. So industry here in the United States exploded. So now you got a combination here in the United States of men between certain ages that were off to war, women taking over in these industries.
Mm-hmm.
So the unemployment rate was, I never bothered to check, but I would imagine it was extremely low. Money started to circulate. And I never bothered to look into this, but I would wager that the corporate world here in the United States, after employing women, realized the advantage they had employing women and having them come into the workforce in much larger numbers than ever, because they represent a lower paid workforce. For years, Professor, correct me if I'm wrong, women have always complained that women get paid less to do the same job.
There is truth to that. But if it was a conspiracy theory, it also helps to have more people working. And then that's why these daycares make money.
Well, not just the daycares. Women spend more on a much greater variety of things than men do.
Sure do. And with all that freedom, that's what it really is. It's not about breaking up the family. It was about lining their pockets and getting women
lining their pockets.
That's what it was. And that's what it is now. People don't get it.
Corporate America saw an opportunity and grabbed it.
Yep. It was not enough for you to spend money for your home. They need you to spend a lot out on spas and beauty treatments and all other manner of things that you don't need all of the time.
And the economy in the U.S. exploded in the 50s and the 60s, exploded.
Yep.
All these GIs with the GI Bill purchasing their homes for the first time. The real estate market exploded. Everything associated with real estate exploded, like home furnishing. So all this stuff, while the men were out fighting, all this stuff had to be produced by women. So if you wanted to see that as a test,
right,
women passed with flying colors that they were able to do the same jobs that men were doing. So hey, if you're willing to do the job for less,
Let's remember though that men have certain attributes, and y'all got testosterone. We can't do everything y'all can do.
No, you can't.
We
But
can do a whole lot of things that y'all can do.
so let's get a whole lot of you to do a whole lot of
A lot of
things.
things. Yep. And that's the whole crux of it. The more money we can squeeze out of households, the better. And let's sacrifice women to do so. You got whole there was a magazine article a friend called me years ago. Tara, I'm mad. This feminist magazine is saying that women who stay home and take care of their kids is the same as the U.S. slave trade. I said, that's so stupid. Yep, that's what the article said. And she read it. It's a guilt trip to get women to get in the workforce. I think that all women should have a side hustle, even if you're a stay-at-home mom. Hear me out, because I'm for stay-at-home mothers, okay? Because that's a full-time job.
That's more than a full-time
You
job.
can have the most wonderful spouse in the world, even if you're like same-sex, because some people believe in that as well. You could have the most perfect setup and something happens. They don't even necessarily have to be unalive. They could just be incapacitated. If you worked on that one salary, how you gonna pay your bills now? The way this country is.
Mhm.
And look at how interesting the upper echelons of our society can shift. And this is why I'm telling everybody, please
Don't play these games.
get control of your money,
Your assets too.
get control of your assets. Use this tool called the stock market. Use it. It's available. Use it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, when you get to a certain point financially, it's easier for you to shift and move around when conditions shift and move around. Unfortunately, people get stuck because they don't have the financial ability to make the necessary changes, to make the necessary adjustments. Of course, the upper echelon can do that. So, piggybacking off of what you were saying, Professor, our society was evolving after World War II.
Yep.
We have a new situation. We had the farming, which was depressed, all of a sudden explode because food had to be produced not just for people here, but for our soldiers and for the soldiers of the European conflict, along with the people of Europe. So we were producing food like it was going out of style, and we was getting, and farmers was getting money for that. Farmer were buying new equipment that spurred something in the manufacturing of these farming equipment, automobiles, the whole shit, listen, veterans coming back with their bills, buying homes was being constructed. You needed people to construct homes. Real estate, land was being sold. Places, towns that had a certain amount of revenue generated through property taxes all of a sudden started getting way more property tax money because now land was being sold, homes were being built, more money was coming into the coffers, and marketing exploded. People buying radios, TVs, cars, everything.
Stuff that half of that stuff they don't need. That's what I'm saying.
Oh Lord, the source says. Hey guys, listen. Okay, look what you're gonna make me do, guys. This is what you're gonna force me to do. Because I'm being forced to do this, guys. So
being forced to do what?
This. Watch. Bam! There it is, y'all. The link to come on up. So now there's an explosion of stuff going on, but there's a shift. There's a shift. Because your nickname for Rich, that was deliberate, source. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something, Source. That was deliberate. I'll tell the story in a few minutes if you want. But come on, so I can tell you. So things shifted because after a while, these countries, Japan, Europe, look at the source. Oh, he put it out again. Wow, Source. Hey, you want to rub it in, huh? Rub it in or just do more than that?
Oh, he's got it again.
He stuck it out, man. Hey, yeah. He fits right in. Yeah, he does. He's all politically correct on his show, but when he comes here, baby, he can let it hang out or he can let it stick out. Show it again. Stick it out. Oh! It's so long. Wow. I'm impressed with that. So what I was saying was that now, after the war, they had to rebuild. Guess what? When you're rebuilding, that triggers off an economic boom. And that's what happened in Japan. That's what happened in Europe. But now guess what? Now you don't need our services so much anymore. Now you got to establish trade. And now things are starting to change. And now corporations are starting to pay less, or they're not keeping up with inflation. So your inflation continues. Inflation is at about what is it? It's about roughly 3% per year increase on average. You would like for your pay to increase at 3% also. That's not always the case. So sometimes your pay lags, and as a result, it turns out to be, for those whose pay doesn't increase at the same rate, it's inflationary for those people, right? So now, before in the 50s and 60s, one person, one salary took care of the whole family. However, all right, Homestead, thanks for coming. Or should I rephrase that? Thanks for participating. Yeah. And here's the deal, right? So now, before there was one salary, used to take care of the whole household. Not anymore. Then all of a sudden, one of them they both had to work. Then they both had to work and one had to get a part-time job. Now both parties have to get full-time and part-time, both parties. The question is, if you got children, how the hell do you manage all that? Because now, and this is something. Oh, and here's something, right? Me personally, I don't allow my children to go under anybody's care. This is a one income household. My household, one income. Now, the reason why I'm able to do that has a lot to do with the fact that I utilize that tool that I try to encourage everybody to use. That's why I'm able to do that. However, I'm trying to go above and beyond. Thank you, Source. Happy Father's Day. So that's why I encourage people to use that tool. That tool is available, not just available, but available in ways that you're not able to use it in any other part of the world, and that's the stock market. You can do things in the stock. Yes, Source. You understand? Yes. You belong here, brother. You belong here, okay? You belong right here. Use your tool, guys. Use your tool. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the stock market is something here, and the things that you can do here in the brokerage accounts, you can't do this in other parts of the world. They won't allow for it. What that is? Oh, the Grinch. Oh no, it's a cat. Oh wow, being weird is not a choice. It is the curse that I must carry. Whoa, I need that. That's me. Oh, that's me. Weird. I must carry it. So when it comes to what I'm thinking is going to happen this summer. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix, come on up, Phoenix. Stop playing, girl. The link is right there. The sausage link. Go ahead and click on it. Don't please, hey, Phoenix, don't have me instruct Source to show his thing. Oh! Relax, everybody. Don't get jealous. Don't get jealous. Don't hate. Celebrate. The source, hey, it's long. Don't. So what? So what if you're built like a gorilla? That's right. Don't hate. Congratulate. So what if you're built like, you ever seen a gorilla's thing? I'm going to tell you a story. Gorillas are this is how big they are when they're excited. Yeah, but show the gorilla sting. Show the gorilla sting. It's like this big when it's fully, Phoenix.
Hi.
I'm gonna tell you guys. Check this out. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. Right. When I was in corrections, I was in a maximum security facility. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, certain inmates get details as part of their job. Hey, I'm kind of embarrassed of that picture because I didn't have my thongs on. Yeah, the one you just showed, Source.
Let me see.
Show Phoenix. Phoenix, don't laugh at me, okay? Pull it closer.
No
Get it closer.
No promises.
Now, pick the phone up a little bit because we can only see my head. I want to show the rest of my body. Pick the phone up. Oh, she took it up.
Is camera shy. She
Yeah.
shy.
Camera shy. Well, but it was me. It was a picture of me. I don't know why they were so shy, but
I'm making tea, Solomon.
You are? Yeah. Well, I'm glad they're making tea and I'm not getting tea bagged again. Anyway, that's beside the point. Let's get to the point. Now, I was the rover. You got a rover and then you got a control officer. I was the rover. I'm the one responsible for walking around, interacting with these guys. And there's this one inmate that has the detail of cleaning the officer station where I was sitting. Now there's no doorway, there's a frame, but there's no door, so anybody could come up and take me out whenever they feel like it. So, and remember, these guys are there for life, right? This one guy that I'm talking about, he was eligible to go on the Guinness Book of World Records for the most number of push-ups within 1 hour. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a guy who's got muscles. Yeah. We're talking about a guy who's got so many muscles. He's got muscles on his eyelashes, okay? This guy is buff. What? This guy is buff beyond comprehension. This guy is solid. Now, he's my skin tone. And if you look at him from behind, he's built like a silverback. That's what, if you look at him from behind, that's how he's built. He's built like ridiculous. Strong. He's cleaning the officer station. And as he's cleaning, he's getting closer to me. And he's telling me about some story of some lady in California who's got a convertible, and in the convertible, she has a pet gorilla that she goes into the parking lot and let kids come over and pet him. And I'm looking at this guy and I'm saying, bro, are you crazy or something? Do you have any idea how strong silverback gorillas are? Are you insane? Now, I understand that silverback gorillas are tame, but it's still a wild animal, and you don't want to take that kind of risk. And he's cleaning the station, debating with me about this, getting closer to me, and telling me, nah, I saw this on TV. This lady actually has a gorilla. Takes him to the parking lot and lets the kids pet him. I said, dude, no way, man. Listen, I'm sorry, but there's no way I'm going to believe that. Finally, he's cleaning to the point where he's standing right next to me. And then he whispers to me, what would you do if a silverback gorilla grabbed you and stuck it in you from behind? Now, come on now. I'm looking at this dude that looks like a silverback, and he's whispering this in my ear?
Yeah.
So I said, you know what, man? I don't care. They could do it all day, every day. But guess what? I'm going to want some too. And when you see my thing, you may not want to participate. And that reminds me of the Sources thing. Source, pull it out again. Show your stuff. Hey. Ah! Get some. Get some, baby. That was a true story. You know what? He started cleaning away from me and said, you know what, man? There's something wrong with you. And he started cleaning away. And this is interesting because that was a psychological tactic, because the thing is that when men force themselves to SA a person, that's their way of establishing dominance. But when you kind of like give them the impression that it's okay, that takes the fun out of it, or that takes the desire to want to dominate right out of them. And that's probably why he moved to either that, or he was afraid of what the Source pulled out. One of the two. It's one of the two. Oh, yeah. Tell me, Phoenix, how's your night? Happy Father's Day to both Source and Phoenix.
Don't wish me happy Father's Day.
No?
Hell no.
Okay. You gonna break down why?
I'm not a father, first of all. Even though I have nuts bigger than yours on my chest. They're my chestnuts.
Oh, they're on your chest? Okay.
My chesticle nuts.
Chesticle. I like that.
Why?
Chesticles.
Chestnuts.
Roasted. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
How's your night?
My night is interesting.
How's your night, Miss Tora?
Miss Helms, yeah, Professor.
Fine.
I know she was able to chat, but I can't.
No, she said I interrupted her. Go ahead, Professor.
I'm fine.
Hi, Brandon.
So,
hi, the Source.
So, what's your opinion on my video of me dancing with my thongs on backwards, Phoenix?
I didn't see it.
No. Now we've had this conversation. Nobody wants to hear about that. We don't want to talk about your OnlyFans either. Okay, we're not. No.
You got to giggle out of Brandon with that one.
Hey, Brandon hugged me for a long time from behind when I went to go meet him.
Are you sipping on something over there too?
No, I'm smoking something, but I had to ask. Brandon, hey, was that your leg by any chance? What was that? I felt the pressure. Yeah, Source. Source, you're right. I got 1 billion subs on OnlyFans. People love. Hey, hair is back. Okay, hair is back because I don't shave my backside. I don't shave my butt.
Look, you getting too personal. Stop it.
I knew this would happen when I joined you, you know.
So some Afro sheen is what I needed.
No. No.
Why?
I don't know. I think it has something to do with childhood trauma, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not that one.
I mean, your grandma was unalive with a machete, so I would think, yeah.
Holy word.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
You ain't told them that story yet. Oh, me and Brandon know, but
okay, so back home where my family's from, the Dominican Republic. My father's side of the family was the type of people that played no games. So my grandmother was living. My cousin was living with my grandmother, and she had a boyfriend, and they lived in a very small house. And my cousin used to like to get her groove on with her boyfriend, make all kinds of noises, and my uncle wasn't appreciating that. Now, it's not her father. It's her uncle as well. So it's her uncle and my uncle, all right? So my uncle warned her, said, listen, you got to stop doing this nonsense. What type of noises? The kind of noises that YouTube will flag your content for. So they were doing the horizontal mambo in the house, right?
Okay.
Getting their groove on, making cat noises, right? So now my uncle got fed up.
Meow.
He did some meowing. So my uncle got fed up, broke the door down with one machete, but he broke that machete in the process. So he went and grabbed another one and went in the house to hack my cousin up to pieces. So the first swing, he was unsuccessful, busted the light. My cousin and her boyfriend made a dash for it. He kept swinging and hit my grandmother 67 times.
Ooh,
So
67. I don't remember that number. Ooh.
67 times. She got hit 67 times by my uncle. Her son. So, yeah. She went on.
You don't
Gone.
look Dominican.
Huh?
You don't strike me as Dominican. You don't look Dominican.
I'm black from the waist down. That's why I understand the confusion.
And there you go with that.
Listen, when people first meet me, they generally don't think I'm Spanish or from a Spanish-speaking nation.
I didn't think so either till one day you were talking to another trucker from your truck and your dictation was just too on point. I'm like, this is a Spanish Negro. Okay.
Like me.
No, wait a second. Was that it? Or was that when I was in the bathroom and...
All right.
Oh, Source!
Heading out to the Chick-fil-A.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Source.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A's.
Aloha to you.
Aloha, the source.
So, yeah, so I started kicking that lingo. Spanish is the first language I learned.
Oh, we can tell.
To read, to write, to speak. I arrived here in the United States at the age of 3. So by the time I hit kindergarten, I was already speaking English. and that helped out a lot. Still got my ass kicked, but it helped out a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I lived in Harlem, just like everybody else's reaction, I'm just a black American.
Was it
I met
Spanish Harlem?
No, not Spanish Harlem.
Okay.
Harlem.
Oh, you lived in Negro Harlem.
I had to
I was in-
ask.
You
Oh
was
no,
in-
I went to PS 125.
Oh,
PS 125 is right between Amsterdam and Morningside.
Oh, okay.
That's right there.
Yep. Okay.
I've
2
been-
blocks away. 2 blocks away from the Apollo.
Oh wow. Yeah, you was definitely okay.
I've been there. There's a GameStop right next to the Apollo.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Well, that's where I went to school.
I see
And-
a rat.
No. Those rats have saddles on them. People ride them.
I've seen one by the GameStop.
Hell yeah.
I said, it's a rat by the Apollo?
I saw a big ginormous one in y'all's darn Subway one time. That sucker was carrying a whole slice of pizza by itself.
Oh my goodness.
The whole pie. All
The
12
whole-
slices.
I'm like, I didn't think they had that much energy. I mean, that sucker was carrying it like it was nothing.
You ain't seen that? You ain't see that video where the rat attacked a pigeon?
No.
Yeah, attacked it and killed it and ate that sucker.
Y'all got stories for days.
A city pigeon.
Like, me and Brandon
City
just
pigeons
sit
are tough.
and look pretty.
Yeah.
You making my stomach hurt.
Yo, city pigeon is tough. City pigeons don't just fly off and you get next to them.
There ain't no way that rat ate that pigeon. That
They
pigeon.
call them
rat.
feathered rats here.
Oh, the rat ate them in broad daylight. What? Yeah. The rats in New York City, they got their own gym. Listen,
Oh my God.
Oh, you killing me.
what? Yo, the rats in New York City, they got their own bodybuilding competitions and everything, man. Those rats are no joke. They carry like I said, they carry vests, and some of them wear bamboo earrings. At least 2 pair. At least 2 pair.
You got
It's
it.
like the cockroaches down here.
Hey, in Dominican Republic, they got those flying cockroaches.
They have them here
Yep.
too in Texas.
Let me tell you something. The ones in Dominican Republic are so big, they got their own international airport. They got landing strips.
You got her with that one.
No.
Oh, you ain't right.
You got
Oh, wait.
them things is crazy.
One more.
But yeah, I confuse a lot of people. When I was a cab driver, people used to talk all kinds of crazy shit in Spanish without even realizing they had a Spanish cab driver.
Oh, that bet that was fun, actually.
That was a lot of fun, especially when they were leaving, when they were paying, and I responded in Spanish. Oh my God, you speak Spanish? Yeah, I don't just speak it. Okay. Yeah, I don't just speak it. When I go to distribution centers, like especially in Texas, when I go to distribution centers in like Texas or Florida or California, you know, a lot of these people are either white Cubans, Mexicans. I don't look nothing like them. But when I post up, I look at them they'll be talking Spanish, and I'm looking at them like this, and they're looking at me like, "What's wrong with this guy?"
Yeah.
And I just do this for a little while. And they're wondering, what the hell's wrong with this guy? And then I blast them with the Spanish. Oh, you speak Spanish? Yeah, but that ain't all. Follow me to the bathroom. I want to show you something.
No,
What?
no. That's why Brandon gotta go soon, because you don't know how to act. That's why Brandon gotta go soon, because you just don't know how to act.
Well, that's why I was staying so long. It's past my bedtime quite a bit, but
Oh, okay. Well, you need to get some rest.
well, I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right, Brandon. It was good to see you.
Brandon,
Thank
stay
you.
fresh and keep it
Thank you.
moist. You know how we do.
Thanks. It's always a pleasure with you guys.
Hug me whenever you want.
I'm glad I made it.
Ridiculous. Good night, Brandon.
Have a good night, guys.
Night, Brandon. Now, what Phoenix? What you eating?
I'm eating almonds, like smokehouse almonds, and regular Ruffles.
Regular. What did I tell you about those regular Ruffles, girl?
You didn't tell me nothing.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I thought.
Oh, wow.
You didn't tell me nothing.
Listen, girl. Next time, get the wavy.
Mm-mm.
No.
No. I get what's on the dollar table in Circle K gas station.
Oh, damn.
And then I portion them with my twist ties.
I'm gonna open up one for the LGBTQ community. I'm gonna call it Circle Gay. I hope. Hey, that would make a lot of money. I think.
You ain't
You know
got
what?
no sense.
It's crazy because in New York City, as a cab driver, we have communities that are LGBTQ, and for some reason, they financially they were in good shape financially.
Who was?
The LGBTQ community in New York City, they were in good financial shape. Let me tell you.
Well, that's believable.
I used to drive around. I used to park in front of gay clubs. They were some of my best customers. There was one time I got a flat in front of one of them. It was called the Red Spike.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I got out of my cab to make a phone call. I had to use a public phone. That's when we still had public phones. That's how far back it was. And there was a couple outside. One of them had all leather on, a leather vest with a spike collar on his neck and leather chaps. You know what chaps are? That's what cowboys wear over their denim jeans. But he ain't had no denim under those chaps. Let me tell you. Hey, I'm not making this up. He had a pair of thongs on with a silver cone in the front. Okay? I ain't making that up. With a silver cone in the front. I looked at that business. I went, yo. Now I'm looking to the left and to the right because I need a payphone, and there's no payphone outside. So I went up to homeboy with the cone in the front, and I asked him, and he said, "You got to go inside the bar to make the call." So I went inside yeah. It was just like that movie where I forget what the name of that movie was. I went inside that bar, and the heat was on. Let me tell you.
Oh, nice.
There were a lot of friendly men that were willing to help me find that phone.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
We bet.
Oh, yeah. I found the phone, and I made the call. And I was surprised. My pants were still on.
Why you messing?
You want to hear some mess?
Yes.
I was parked right across the street. I was in the meat market district in Manhattan.
Right.
Yeah, right. There was a club right across the street from that club. There was a motel, and I used to stop there often. So finally, I established a relationship with one of the managers, or one of the attendants from the motel. When it was slow, he would come out. We would talk for a while, and he said, "Yo, you know who I saw the other day over here in a limo picking up a trans testicle?" I said, "Who that?" "Eddie Murphy." I said, "What?"
You messing?
No,
You did-
for real. That's what he said.
So you know that to be true then? Because they've been saying that about him for years.
This was before that even came out. We're talking about, this is 1980. This is 1988, 89.
Oh, at the height of his. Oh.
Yeah. So when this guy told me that, whatever, I took it, I don't know the guy that well. I didn't know if it was true or not. I've been to clubs where I've seen some stuff. So if Eddie was doing that, it was neither here or there for me. For me, it could have been true. But then all of a sudden, the news came out where he got caught in California.
Oh,
And all
wow.
the other, yeah. So I said, wow. So this guy was telling me the truth. Yeah. Let me tell you something. The trannies around the meat district. Wow, what a thing, right? They're in the meat district. Yeah. Hey, listen, if you add, no, I mean, you gotta consider the fact that if you're paying for their services, that's like going to McDonald's and ordering a sandwich and getting a free extra patty of meat.
True.
So you're kind of you're kind of getting a 2-for-1. You're getting a discount. I think it's a good deal. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, they provide their services along the meat market, and I'll tell you right now, some of them look so feminine that, let's say you stumbled out of a bar with like a few drinks in you. Yeah, you ready to go. Yeah, come on, baby. Yeah, I did that. What?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You got me in stitches, man. You ridiculous tonight.
Yeah, they were. Hey, they look so feminine. There was one that my homeboy's brother left with. She called herself Madonna. Yeah, she called herself Madonna. But this guy's always in and out of prison, so I guess maybe he's used to that. You got something to hold on to while you're doing whatever. Anyway, yeah, got a handle. So Madonna, that's what she called herself. And he stepped up on her and started sweet talking her. We let him do his thing, and all of a sudden they both left. They disappeared.
Oh.
Yeah, into the sunset.
Oh.
Yeah. We rolled up on him later on, and he had a smile from ear to ear. So Madonna took care of business, I guess.
You
in my cab. Yeah, in my cab.
Oh no!
I had a guy with another Madonna in my back seat, and they had me pull over in the meat market, in the meat district. And he was ready to go, and he told her, "Listen, I gotta go." And she insisted and said, "What? What do you mean you gotta go? Where are you going?" She said, "I gotta go meet up with my girlfriend." "With what? Are you crazy?" You're leaving this for that? I'm looking through the rearview mirror like, oh shit, what? And he was calling her stank and all that up. Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he was mad about it, or she was mad about it. I gotta be correct here. She was mad about it. Yeah, she was real mad about that. How could you leave this for that? Oh, damn. Yo, defend yourself, kid.
Not
That's got to be the scariest thing. You know, there's an ex Navy SEAL that's trans, right?
No.
Yep.
Yeah, ex Navy SEAL that's trans. Now, here's the thing: if you're dating him and you get into an argument, what? Listen, don't put your dukes up. Don't do that. Don't put your dukes up. Just walk out.
Oh wow.
Let him have the last word and walk out.
Wow.
Because they're gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, they'll whoop your ass, and then you'll wake up naked and bleeding in a street corner somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't. Yeah.
Oh,
Let me tell you one of my cab tales now. Check this out.
You really drove cab?
Yeah, I drove a yellow cab in New York City for 10 years.
I believe that.
My hack number was 441431, and the reason why I remember is because I had to write it every day on that damn trip sheet.
Oh wow. You
Yeah,
traumatized.
Yeah, I'm traumatized. You have to keep a trip sheet. You have to write it down on the trip sheet, 441431. And if by some chance you got pulled over by the TLC cops, they'll shred you for not putting your hack number on there. There were so many different rules that they could hit you with tickets for. If your cab had 2 different tones of yellow, you were getting a $200 ticket for that.
What?
If you were wearing shorts that went above the knee, you were getting hit with a $50 ticket for that.
For real? Why?
If you didn't wear a collared shirt, that was a $50 ticket.
Why?
There was a display panel along the dash where you had to keep the rate card and your hack license on it. If one of the bulbs were out, they had 2 bulbs. For every bulb, you got a $50 ticket. If your cab was dirty on the outside, that's a $100 ticket. If it was dirty on the inside, that was another $100 ticket. Yeah, taxi and limousine commission. Yeah, they were rough on us. No open-toe sandals. None of that.
Makes sense. Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
That sounds like extortion.
That rule makes sense, but that whole collared shirt, I need to understand that one better.
Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty strict. So I had this one passenger I picked up on, what was that? That was 2nd Avenue. 2nd Avenue between 95th and 96th Street.
Right.
He gets in my cab. He tells me go to 100 and I forget what street it was. I think it was 102nd Street and 2nd Avenue.
Right.
Tells me to park. Wait for him there. It wasn't that much, so I figured if the loss is a loss, no big deal. I just need to get back out there and make that money. So he goes. He leaves the car, and then he comes back, sits in the back seat. I'm asking him where he's going. Tells me to wait. I'm looking in the rearview mirror. I got a partition. I got a plexiglass partition. But the plexiglass partition has a slide, has a window that you can slide open. It was already open. And all of a sudden, I hear like bacon sizzling in the back. And I'm looking in the rearview mirror. I don't see him. I hear the bacon, and I see some light. And I'm thinking to myself, no, this guy is not taking a blast. And sure enough, he was. He went upstairs, bought some crack, came down, lit up his glass pipe.
Oh wow.
But then the smoke started filling up the back of the cab, creeping up into the front.
Oh,
I got mad. I closed the window. I said, yo, next time you do some shit like that, let me know. I don't smoke this shit. And open your windows too. So he opened the windows, and I said, now tell me where we're going. He said, go to the bridge. I said, go to the bridge? Oh, my man, New York City's got like 1,000 bridges. Which bridge are you talking about?
Yeah.
He said, go to the bridge. No, I'm not going to keep doing this with you. What bridge are you talking about? Let me sit up front. Hell no, you ain't sitting up front. Let me sit up front. I can make you feel good.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not interested in you making me feel good. I'm interested in you in telling me what bridge we're going to. All right, go down First Avenue. Okay, let's go. So I'm going down First Avenue. We're approaching the 59th Street Bridge. Before I get to the 59th Street Bridge, I pulled over. I said, bro, because he asked me to pull over. This was like around 96 and First.
right.
I pull over. He gets out of the cab. I'm looking at him. He's pulling on my front door, my front passenger door. This is before we get to the Queensbridge. And I'm looking at him. I pitch my head forward, and I'm looking at him. I'm saying, yo, what do you want? He goes, open the door. Open the door for what? Let me sit in the front seat so I can make you feel good. I said, bruh, I'm not interested in you making me feel good. Now go sit in the back, or we ain't going no further. So he sits in the back. We're going down First Avenue. I'm asking him, bro, what bridge are we going on? Just keep going straight. Okay. The meter's ticking. Damn, you left? The meter's ticking. And while the meter's ticking,
Right.
I'm looking at the money that's accumulating. I'm thinking, yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, if that's how you want to do it, you better have my money.
Uh-oh.
Tells me to pull over again just before the bridge. So I pull over. He calls some street hustler into the car.
Uh-oh.
Street hustler sitting in the back. So I'm asking him again, yo, where are we going? We're going to go over the bridge. God damn it, what bridge? He said, we're going to go over this bridge. Okay.
I don't like the sound of this story.
Well, check this out.
Yeah.
The bacon is sizzling again.
Uh-oh.
We got the bacon sizzling. But then, okay. So, got the bacon sizzling. Got the light in the back. The light goes out. One person is suddenly missing. That person decided to become a rapper. So now he's on the mic. He's rapping on the mic.
Right.
And then he pops up. And then the other one starts rapping on the mic. So we got this thing going back and forth. I'm going over the bridge. And then I ask him, bro, I'm at the end of the bridge. Where are we going? He said, just go straight. Straight where?
I don't like the sound of this.
Just go straight. Okay, I'm going straight. We're on Queens Boulevard. Going straight. Bro, we've been on Queens Boulevard for a hot minute.
Yep.
Can you please tell me a destination? Just go to White Castle. White Castle? You sure? Let's go. Go to White Castle. Yo, we're by White Castle. Okay. Okay, what? Where are we going? I'm in the middle of the street. Make a left on this street. Okay. Bro, could you just tell me where we're going? I'm still driving. I'm watching the meter. The meter's going up. Yeah, pull up into the driveway of that building right there. Okay, I pull up. So the dude's telling me, why don't you come upstairs with us? Nah, bro. I'm not interested in going upstairs with you two. Just pay me and get the F out of here.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm gonna go upstairs with him because I don't have the money on me. What? Hell no. Hell no.
Oh wow.
So he said, what's the big deal? The big deal is that you owe me this money right here. You ain't not hell. Give me my money, man.
Yep. Nobody got time for that. That's ridiculous.
Then the other dude was chiming in. I said, yo, shut the F up. I ain't talking to you.
Oh wow.
Give me my money. Listen, we're just gonna go. No, you're not just gonna. You just gonna give me my money.
Oh wow.
We're back and forth with this nonsense. Homeboy wants to step out with his home. I grabbed the pen off my visor. I went to the back. I said, bro, if you step out this cab, you're both getting it. I want my money. Oh, but why you acting? Shut up! I ain't talking to you, man. So I got back in the cab and took off. Going through red lights and everything, hoping that a cop pulled me over. I said, listen, man, this clown, look at my meter. This clown right back here tells me he ain't got money to pay me for this ride. Yet, he went and bought himself some crack. And I told the cop just that. He went and bought himself some crack, picked up this damn hustler, and now he's telling me he ain't got my money. The cop said, listen, take him back to his building. Have the security, because that building has security, have the security escort him upstairs so he can come down and bring you his money. I'm saying to myself, damn, you ain't gonna arrest this clown? I just told you he got crack on him. Nah, they weren't trying to do any paperwork. So I took him back to the building. They were both about to step out. I told this hustler, where you going? No. You waiting here for him. I'm not gonna say it again. You're waiting here for him. You go get my money right now. So he went, the hustler stayed. Yo, why you acting like that? Shut up, man. I ain't talking to you. So the dude went upstairs. Yeah. The dude went upstairs. The fare was $16. He sat back in the cab, gave me $14. I looked at him. I said, what's this? He said, that's the money. No, it ain't.
Oh,
I pointed to the meter and I said, that's the money. You shortchanging me? It was just $2. I don't want to hear it. That's $2 of grief right there. You better get the rest of my money. For $2, I will whoop your ass for those $2. You better get me my money. So he said, all right, take me to the bank. So I took him to the bank. And I said, listen, don't play games, man. But hold on, where are you going? No. You're going to wait for him here. What? He went inside the bank, came back out, gave me a $5 bill, which turned out to be extra. And I didn't ask him if that was my tip or not. So I started driving back to his building. And before I made the right to go to his building, he said, no, keep going straight. So I pulled over and I said, bro, I ain't playing this game with you, bro. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Every time that meter goes up an extra $5, I'm pulling over. You better have my $5. Okay, just keep going straight. I kept going straight. And I did just that. Every $5 I pulled over, gave him my money. Good, we're good. Kept going. Went back across the Queensboro Bridge into Manhattan again.
Right.
Dropped off this hustler. Where are we going now? Go down, go south. South where, bro? Are we doing this again? No. Just go straight and make a left. I made a left on Park Avenue. Was it Park? Yeah. He picked up another hustler. We dropped off that one hustler after we got off the bridge, and he picked up another one. And again with the bacon sizzling. And again with the knob slobbing and the microphone check. This time we went to the west side of Manhattan, started heading south. He kept asking me if he wanted if I wanted to. I said, nah, bro. And I kept pulling over every $5 he paid me. Finally, we get to the Village. Now, if you don't know, the Village is a huge LGBTQ community. Huge.
Right.
And when he finally gets out, when he finally tells me to pull over, that last stop, and he's getting out with his new lover boy, he taps on the window. I open the window, and he asked me, "You sure you don't want to hang out?" I said, "Man, listen, get out of here." I peeled out of there, but I got all my money. $60 fare, it turned out to be, which was a considerable amount back then in 88,
Yeah.
89.
That's true. That was pretty good money.
That was good money. And I've had so many things happen in the backseat of that cab. Lord have mercy.
Ooh.
Baby making, transactions, smoke outs.
Oh wow. Smoke outs. Ooh.
Yeah. I befriended this one prostitute because she had me get her some alcohol to drink,
Right.
because her pimp wouldn't allow her to, engage in any kind of hard controlled substances. But with her, I established a new enterprise. She introduced me to other women, and they were my market, because I started buying these little bottles of alcohol, and I would sell it to them as I drove by. I would stop by. "You good? Yo, let me get one of them." Here we go.
Yeah.
So I was providing for them, and they were cool with me. They were, and I got to ask a lot of questions about their work, their career, because I was curious to know how the hell you wind up doing this or that dude. And it's interesting. It's a whole. There's some psychological stuff going on there.
Right.
Some psychological stuff going on there. And on occasion, they would even use the backseat of my cab as a motel room.
Oh.
Yeah. And interesting how that whole exchange is pure psychology. Pure psychology. These guys would show up, and the key to success for these girls were how they pandered these guys' egos. That was the key to the success.
That's true.
They would have their brain swole with all kinds of stuff that they were seeing. And the things that they were saying would even make them climax pretty quick with the stuff they were saying. Of course, that's what he was receptive to.
Right.
Being told these things. I guess it gave him a sense, from what I gathered, it gave him a sense of I don't know what word to use, but it gave him a sense of that. And as a result, they were leaking all over the place. Oh. But that money was coming in quick, fast for the ladies, and it was all business. But they conducted for that time. They conducted their business, I would say, very well. If I had a storefront and I wanted my employee to address the customers, I would want them to be just like these ladies. The way they would address the Johns, I would
Right.
want them to address the customers the same way. The same way. They had these dudes in and out in like 5-10 minutes. With the "ooh baby, you're gonna hurt me with that." It's a wrap. "Ooh baby, you're gonna hurt me with that." And then the sound effects came. And it was a done deal. Dudes were gone in like 5 to 10 minutes. Like, wow. That's amazing. Hell of a business. But their pimps were waiting for that money. She better have my money. What do you think of that, Professor?
Oh, wait. You got some more crazy stories.
I got some more too. But I'm going to spare everybody that.
Yeah. Because it's been almost 4 hours, boo-boo. And I know
Yeah.
you're tired.
Yeah, and should I wait for the 4-hour mark and then bounce? What do you think?
You can probably bounce now. It's just you and I don't know where everybody else went.
I think Phoenix is listening. Her phone got hot and low. That sounds like a date I had, hot and low.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Okay, I was dating a dwarf in the summertime. There you go. So I left. Oh, she's here. Okay. Yeah, no, okay, cool. So long as her phone cools off and gets some more power, I can stick around with Phoenix.
Okay, because I'm about to head out.
She can come back up and show her chesticles.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't hate. I congratulate, just like she said.
Yep.
Yeah, so Professor, whenever. I'm trying my best to stick to whatever theme I come up with. Because I know that I know that you as an educated person, sometimes you can get frustrated when people just go off in different tangents all the time. Stick to the topic, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm too easily distracted. Especially when people come around here with their chestnuts. I get distracted.
Gotta catch you.
Good Lord.
Yeah, because you be saying some more crazy stuff.
I'm not as bad as some content creators out there. I was visiting. Oh my goodness! So Tulu TV, right? Like I said,
Right.
Tulu is an Army veteran, wounded veteran. Yeah. My timer says 3 hours and 58 minutes. So I went to his live and there were some other veterans in there. And anybody who plans on going there, you can't be of the faint of heart, and you got to have thick skin. You already know, Professor, you were in the military.
Yep.
These people will say some stuff that will get you. Yeah, if you got thin skin, that ain't the place for you.
It's not. I'm accustomed to it. When my whole tenure in the military, it was not politically correct yet. So I've heard some old crazy stuff. So
yeah, they come out raw and uncut.
Cut, yeah.
And some people might get offended. But I felt right at home. I don't know what that means, but I felt right at home. So good night, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And that will be my my commitment, primarily to you, that when I get on these streets, these YouTube streets, on these lives,
Yep.
I stay focused on the topic at hand.
Yep.
I hope I did that today. Did I do it today?
You did. You did a good job with this topic, the least mentioned. That was a good one.
Okay. So I'm gonna make an effort and keep doing that.
Okay.
With an occasional
Well, yeah, yeah, of course.
occasional exposure to my thongs every now and then.
All right. Good night.
Huh?
Stay fresh and keep it profitable. I'm not.
Hey, what happened to you? You're missing one of the what? You're just gonna keep it okay. Keep it profitable. That's it.
Yep.
Good Lord.
I don't do moisture. I've told you I don't.
All right, Professor.
All right. Good night.
Hey, Phoenix. Charge up that phone, Phoenix, so you can get up here. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Get on up. Stay on the scene. Hey, Phoenix, you think I could be a good sex machine? Get up now. Stay on the scene. I'm staying on the scene. Oh, here we go. What's going on with my cursor? Okay, here we go. Hey.
Hey. My phone is just, I don't know why. Like the live is just making my battery just go super low. And when I walked out there, I left my key to the mailbox in the mailbox. Like, why would I do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm
You've been
curious.
rocking for 4 hours. That is amazing.
Listen, that's why the ladies love me. Okay?
Okay.
I can do lives for 4 hours.
You still in Montana?
No, I'm in Detroit.
You're in Detroit.
Yeah. I went past your home. Your home state is Ohio, right?
Yes, it is. Toledo, Ohio.
Oh, I'm not far from Toledo. You already know that.
Yeah, I know.
Detroit is just I went by Toledo. If I would have known, I would have just stuck half my body out the window and just greeted everybody from Toledo.
Yes, that's awesome. I gotta go back there the first week of August.
Was your mom Hispanic?
Yes.
Okay.
I gotta go to Detroit too in August.
What's in Detroit?
I got some books there, and
Oh.
I need to get some weed seeds because it's legal there.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna grow something somewhere.
Little something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. It's very illegal here.
Yeah.
So I'll figure it out.
Yeah. You will.
Maybe at my job.
For sure.
Because you know what? You know them like spray misters that they got?
Yeah.
I want to plant it by there. That way it's always getting wet.
Look, I'm gonna give you a connect right here.
Okay. Look at it. I left my key in the
Lord have mercy. How could you do it? What the fuck does this guy want?
Oh no. Where to connect?
Well, I don't smoke, man. Yep.
You gotta be careful.
Girl, you have no idea.
My brother used to rob them people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at reading the room, being that I'm from the hood. So, hang on.
So
Let me see.
hold on real quick, sir. How you go from cab driver to finance mogul? Like how you do that?
I'm gonna tell you right now. But before I do that, I'm gonna show you my Connect right here.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna start laughing already because I know you, sir.
You know how I get down.
Let me get my laugh out the way. I think Miss Helms laughed and wore off on me when she left. She left it.
Check this out. I know I'm a clown and do some crazy stuff, but this one is for real. This is my Connect right here. Matter of fact, she's in Ohio.
Oh, bomb lady.
Yeah. Because all her lotions and her creams, they have that main ingredient.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you rock with her?
Yeah. I mean, I can't use it, but I'll promote her channel. I'll promote her products all day, every day.
Why you can't use it? You can't rub it on you?
No, if it goes into my bloodstream, I'll pop positive in a drug test.
What?
Yeah.
How
A lot
come
a lot of drivers have lost their license because of that.
how come I can get a shotgun from a blunt and not show up positive?
I don't
Why is
know.
that?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of test they give you, but for us, I forget. It's a big number. It's a few. Like I don't know, like 60,000 drivers that lost their license because of that, and some of them used creams to relieve pain, and they got caught out there.
What do you think of that? Do you think that's wrong?
I'm not against it, but the problem is that the federal government doesn't want to let that go because it's a good way of oppressing our own kind. Look, I'll put it to you this way. Being from the hood, I've seen what people do to get money, to get all kinds of other substances. The only exception is weed and alcohol. People don't go out and do crazy stuff for either one of those two.
Yeah.
Now with weed, they misbehave, they get stupid, they do stupid stuff, they get into fights. With alcohol. Now with weed, people are pacified, they're chilling, they don't want no drama. So it doesn't make any sense. Why would you penalize people for consuming that?
Because like these Chicago people that's unaliving each other, they be off the weed. They don't be off the alcohol. They be off the weed.
You think the weed is causing them to do that?
No, I'm just saying they still do it. They
Oh,
gonna do it regardless.
yeah, no, they're not doing it. So the weed is not making them do it.
No, not at all. But
Right. But with the alcohol, they would.
that's their drug of choice, though. It's not alcohol.
So why make weed such a big deal? Is my question. Why?
Because where there's drugs, there's crime. Still, regardless, it's still a drug.
For weed? Well, I don't see weed heads committing crime like that.
But it's a drug, though.
But they don't do crime. I mean, if that's the justification.
I know, but the cartel, like.
Oh, so you're saying that there are other things that underlying.
Donald hates the cartels.
That's funny because he worked with them.
That's why I said hates them. He just act like he hates them, just like Puffy was acting like he's against the Donald. But they was really just making a mockery of it because black people don't vote. So he made this big old thing called the Black Party. Did you know this?
No, not the Black Party. I didn't know about that.
Well, Puffy, everything he tries to do, it doesn't work the way that he thinks it's gonna work. He
He's
thinks that
bugged out.
everybody's
bugged out.
gonna follow him, and he doesn't like that they don't. Well, he made this Black Party like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and he just supposedly just hates the president now, but he don't. They just
What now? Why do you say now? While Trump was campaigning, was he hating him then?
no, they never hated each other. Never. Never. That's why I said, like, even though dude moved out of New York to Florida, acting like he just was over it, like he still know what's going on around there. Like,
I know. I grew up in New York City. I know about Trump. I know the truth about Trump. I don't look. I'm an investor. I don't, and as an investor, I do not lie to myself. That's like one of the major rules that I try to tell people here on this channel. You can lie to anybody else you want for whatever reason you want, but under no circumstance, especially when it comes to your money, under no circumstance should you ever lie to yourself. Ever. You got to see things for what they are, because you want to put yourself in a position where your money's going to grow, and your money's not going to grow if you get mesmerized by all these personalities. These personalities out there just trying to get your money. That's it. And if you demonstrate that you're not smart enough, they will take total advantage of you. Total advantage.
I know.
And when it comes to investing, I'm a bad mother lover, let me tell you. So let me tell you about how I got there. So in the hood, as you know, nobody's teaching you this stuff. In school, nobody's teaching you this stuff.
Nah.
I had a girlfriend, and her father owned a business. I was around 15 when I started dating her. And I would spend weekends over at her house, and he would engage in conversation with me, and sometimes it would be about business. He was intrigued about my family background because my parents were from the upper class back home. So different lifestyle, different education. My father was a chemical engineer. He was also the number 2 guy for the Department of Education. Also worked in the sugar industry as one of the commissioners of one of the sugar plants.
Mm-hmm.
Worked directly under the president's brother, one of the president's brothers. So we had, back home, we had a particular standard of living. I didn't share in that standard of living because I wasn't even born yet. Yeah. But my siblings, they did. They grew up under that standard of living. Very different.
Crooked.
Huh?
Excuse me being crooked, but I'm totally listening.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that messed up your hearing when you went crooked there.
My hearing messed up anyway.
Oh, okay. So here we go. Here we got parents that were from the upper class.
Okay.
We had to leave. See, I was born in the United States and had to be taken back to Dominican Republic so I could be with my family. But by the time I was age 3, my father had to leave because the president was going to assassinate him.
No shit, you really from the DR?
Yeah. So so we had to up and leave. And in 1968, we wound up in Washington Heights, 168th Street in Amsterdam. And from there, we moved to the Bronx. And then we moved to a few other locations in the Bronx, all in the ghetto, all messed up, all crazy. I don't even know how my father was able to adjust to all that, because this was like nothing he's ever wanted to experience.
Why
But he
did
had,
you though?
huh?
Why did you experience the ghetto if you was
Where-
like
My father had to up and leave like that. My father had to up and leave immediately. He had to leave everything behind. There was nothing he could do. He's in a country that doesn't speak the same language, doesn't acknowledge his credentials.
no, that's crazy.
So he had to do whatever he had to do. My mother had to go look for a job. She never worked unless she volunteered to teach back in Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
You know, she had to get a job to provide for us, along with my father to provide for us, which was something different for me as opposed to my older siblings. My older siblings always had my mother around, or my mother, or my aunt, or my grandmother. Family raised them. But now it's my turn, and I'm in a public school, or I'm being left with some random ass people that they met because they had to go to work.
Mm.
And they didn't know this, but I was SA'd, right?
In New York or DR?
In New York, while I was under the care of some lady.
That pisses me off.
It was her daughter. Her daughter took total advantage of me.
Oh, hold on. Now.
Okay.
Hold on, because I lost you.
I'm right here.
Okay.
So at the age of 6, I was SA'd by this lady's daughter, right?
How old was she?
She was like 7 or 8. And what she would do is she would threaten to have her dog bite me if I didn't perform the things she asked me to perform, which was looking back was a lot of stuff. She had me doing a lot of stuff, a variety of stuff. It was kind of wild. So what do you call it?
I don't know what you call it. But that stuff makes me mad.
Yeah, a lot of people get mad about that.
It's violation.
I didn't know any better, so I didn't know it was a violation. I just did what I was told so I wouldn't get bitten. You know?
Yeah.
And so my parents are working, both are working. My father finally found a job as a superintendent of a building. So now, at least when I wasn't in school, I was able to stay home. So that worked out for me. I don't know if that was, now that I think about it, I don't even know if my father did that deliberately so that I could be monitored by either one. So I'm growing up in the hood. My father working, my mother working. I had a lot of free time for myself. And as I got older, that free time was spent more and more out in the street, being exposed to a lot of stuff.
Now, when are we talking here? Like what years are you talking? Like the 70s, 60s?
Both. So 68, we were in Washington Heights. By 70, we were in the Bronx, just 2 or 3 blocks away from the birth of hip hop. Sorry.
Okay.
Um,
South Bronx.
Right.
Okay.
So I didn't live far from Kool Herc. So from there, it was 1970 when we moved to the Bronx. We went from there to 162nd and Woody Crest. Again, another building. But there was a whole lot of crazy shit going on. Gangs. I think the gang in that area, the prominent gang in that area was the Savage Nomads. So the Savage Nomads controlled that area. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on around there. I lived a block away from Yankee Stadium. You can see Yankee Stadium from my building. And right across the street there was
Did you say Savage Nomads?
Yeah. That was the name of the gang. Savage Nomads. The prominent gangs were the Black Falcons, the Savage Nomads, the Savage Skulls, the Chingalings. Those are like the biggest ones
So
in
this
that
was
area of the Bronx that I lived in.
before Bloods and Crips existed.
No. There was none of that. We didn't have none of that. Listen, the gangs that we had in New York were nothing like the gangs in the West Coast. Matter of fact, it wasn't so much the gangs, it was the big organized criminal organizations that ran the show. Primarily the Irish mob. The Irish mob was the biggest and most powerful of all.
Bigger than the Italian, bigger than the Russian.
Way bigger. They were nothing. The Irish mob,
The fucking Irish mob.
they were in government. They were everywhere. The Italians came much later in the early 1900s, but these guys were running the show since the mid 1800s. They were running the show. What? Listen, girl.
Look, I'm like, what? Because they talked about the the Irish like they just was the niggas of Europe.
They were, but they grouped together and became extremely powerful.
Irish
Extremely.
mob. I'm soaking it in because I never heard this before.
You know who Scarface is?
The movie, the Cuban.
No, the real Scarface. There's a real Scarface, and
No.
the movie was not a depiction of the real Scarface, but there was a real Scarface.
Like
He
a
was-
New York one.
Huh?
A New York one.
Yeah, he was known as Scarface. You wouldn't call him that to his face. Scarface was an Italian mobster brought over from Sicily. Young guy. Decided that he was going to get fresh with some lady at a bar. Turns out that she was the wife of an Irish mobster. The Irish mobster blasted his face wide open
Oh.
with a knife. That's why he got the name Scarface. The Italian mob had to get him up out of there immediately, because if not, the Irish would have killed him. They sent them over to Chicago. Al Capone. Al Capone is the real Scarface.
So wait, the Irish mob. I'm trying to understand this. What was their thing? I mean,
Everything. They had their hands in everything, especially politics. They had their hands in everything. The police department was formed by the Irish. The fire department was formed by the Irish. And in Boston, it was the Irish.
okay.
They ran the show. But
Why they don't run it? Why they don't run anymore? What happened?
because they went legit.
They went legit.
Yeah. After time, they got involved in the corporate world. They got involved in the investment world, and they no longer needed to engage in that kind of stuff at that level. The Irish did, but it's not in New York City. It's not just the Irish. You got the Koreans, you got the Japanese, you got the Chinese. You got a bunch of people that have their own groups, and don't get it twisted with them, because they don't care what group you belong to. It's strictly business, and if you cross them, they don't care who you belong to. They will take you out.
Well, damn.
That's how it was. The Jamaicans had their own group, Dominicans, Colombians.
Their own group.
Yeah, their own groups. And the thing with these guys is that they had a group outside, but they had a group also inside prison. So if you were an Irish mobster, Italian mobster, whatever, and you got it twisted and you wound up in prison, them dudes in there don't care. They don't care who you belong to.
No, they don't.
And if you wanna secure some kind of safety, you're gonna have to communicate with their people on the outside.
What you mean on the outside?
Well, information gets sent out to the streets, and they let them know this dude here, he think he all that in a bag of chips. We may have to let his people know. So gather some intelligence, find out who he's related to, and we're gonna have to put it on him.
But you know, they done digitalized everything with the prisons.
I know that very well. I was a correction officer for 10 years.
I can't even write a letter anymore because they send that letter to Timbuktu so they can scan it and then send it to him. Like, he can't even see a handwritten letter of mine.
Because
I hate it.
there are a lot of organized individuals inside the prison that control things outside of the prison.
Okay, but like, this is my friend that it's his first time in prison. It's his
Listen,
first
just because it's his first time in prison, the warden will want to know how he's getting by, because the prison environment is loaded with sharks. For you to survive, yeah. So for you to survive inside, you're gonna have to establish some kind of relations with some kind of people.
Why
And
do
if
you
you,
have to do that?
huh?
Why do you have to do that? Like, I feel like that's kind of power hungry.
That's what they have in there. That's
I
see,
don't
that's
like
the
that.
no, it's terrible, but that's the irony of the whole thing. You got these guys that hate authority, but when they're in there, they want to be the authority. You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand, and I don't like it. You know what I mean? Because my sister had a man in jail, but he was one of them big time. Oh, get this money order for $1,200. Don't ask no fucking questions. Just, you know, you get
Yeah,
all these big ass money orders.
right.
You know, you gotta take these little Aquafina bottles and fill them with vodka. You know, because you got a crooked cop in there, and it's just so insane to me. Like,
It is, but I'm gonna tell you right now that environment is how should I put it? That's an environment for wolves.
well, let
That's
me
an
ask
environment,
you this, please.
huh?
Let me ask you this, please.
Yeah.
The people that all escaped from New Orleans, I know you've seen like how they all escaped.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up with $20,000, $50,000 rewards just to get them back. Like, do you think that some crooked people was involved there, like as far as cop wise?
It's possible. It's not 100%, but it is possible. Sometimes people get complacent and don't do certain checks at certain times when they're supposed to. You see, because in there, inmates have all the time in the world to watch everything you do. So they get to know your patterns. And once they figure out what your pattern is, they can create a scheme to distract you just long enough so that they can accomplish something. Like, for example, when they want to put a hit on somebody, they might have one of their people start a fight on one end, draw the officer's attention on that fight because they have to respond. And while they're responding to that, they're shanking the hell out of somebody else.
Where did you do that at?
In Connecticut.
Connecticut?
Yep.
You don't think about Connecticut inmates too much.
No, you don't. But Connecticut was loaded with gangs.
What the hell? From where?
Loaded with gangs.
What the hell?
Yeah, they got some ruthless individuals up there. Ruthless.
I believe it.
Yep. They may not have the body counts of some of the major cities, but they got body counts.
I'm sure.
And they have gangs that are connected to major cities. So they're operating under orders from.
They got that here too in Arlington.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this is just a big, huge meth, drug of choice meth, like little.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
West is loaded with meth heads. Loaded.
yeah, and they call this a city. To me, this is a suburb of Dallas all day long.
Right.
But yeah, it's loaded here too.
It
But
is.
and then they want to call this the American Dream City. Like, bro, look what goes on at night around here. During
Well,
the day too.
yeah. Well, that's all propaganda.
Very much so. Like my sister
Dream
said,
City. It's a nightmare for a lot of people, but they call it the Dream City.
American Dream City. Like my sister,
American.
CVS. These people got to get their fix, so they got to go steal from CVS first thing in the morning. Like,
Yeah.
it's just disgusting to me, and it's getting worse and worse and worse because people not taking meth seriously, but it's a serious thing to take seriously.
If you go to New Mexico, if you go to Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, you see just how serious it is.
I'm seeing it now, and it's like this stuff is tearing up your liver and your kidneys. And when I was in the homeless shelter, every time I was there, I would see people with colostomy bags, and now that's just a normal junkie thing. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have a colostomy bag for the rest of your life, and you still doing drugs. Like, people don't learn. Who want to walk around with that bag?
They listen. That the desire to consume that drug is so powerful. None of that matters. It's like, did you hear when I was talking about my ex-girlfriend?
I didn't.
Okay, so after I separated from my girlfriend, I had moved to another part of town, and I came back to my brother's apartment, which is where I used to live when I was with her. She lived in the same building, and when I saw her, she was drying up. She was starting to look like a prune. And
Girlfriend?
yeah, and I asked her, "Yo, what's going on?" She was smoking. She was smoking crack.
Did she tell you?
Yeah, she told me straight out because she obviously, listen, the change in her appearance was very obvious. So I asked her, "Yo, what's going on? What's up?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm smoking that shit." Yeah. So I don't get it. Explain to me why. Because I mean, we're surrounded by people who get high on it, and you know what the results are. So why are you doing it? You said, no, you don't understand. I said, you're right, I don't. Can you explain it? She told me the first time she hit it, and she told me that, you know, when you're about to bust a nut, like half a second before you bust a nut. I said, okay, what about it? You know that feeling that you get half a second before you bust a nut? How great that feels? Says, yeah. Now multiply that by 10. That's what it feels like to take a blast. I said, oh, shit. Well, if that's the case, I want nothing to do with that. What? Yeah, and from that moment on, that was it. That's all she wrote. Her new boyfriend got her hooked on that. Some ex-con got out of prison.
Yeah, somebody tried to get me hooked on that.
Yeah, no, it's really it is 100% stupid, 100%. And I was gonna do a video on escapism because so many people want to escape reality. Reality can be too tough for a lot of people. Too tough.
They're already escaping it.
Well, yeah, some people escape it in a variety of ways, not just drugs. I mean, there are other things that people can get addicted to, and the addiction is because it helps them escape reality. So there are a lot of things that people do, you know, like even these gamers, right? These people that are doing these Xbox games and all this other stuff, they're escaping.
But
People who work out excessively, same thing. They're escaping reality. That's their moment.
and this AI also, the AI is also being used as escapism, and some of these people are crashing mentally
Yes,
because
they are.
that my sister described it as like grandiose something. She mentioned that AI could possibly be a factor in these people feeling these. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
These grandiose, whatever that is that they said, but it's kind of
Yeah, because they can
related
create
to
a fantasy world. They can create a fantasy world that they control, and they're living their life through this fantasy.
Yeah, my sister, her son's in the hospital right now for that.
Yeah, you know, again, that's a much better reality where you're the superhero, where you're the main character, where you're loved by everybody, where you're, you know,
The man,
you're the man
the
in
woman,
this world
the
that
hero.
you control. You're the hero.
But it ain't
Why
real.
the hell? Huh?
But it ain't real.
No, it isn't real. But while they're there, they're enjoying the effects just as if it was real.
That's worse than drugs, though.
Listen,
Huh?
it is on the same scale as drugs.
And then
Okay, you say it's worse. Fine,
fuck yeah.
but it's the fact that you're not in the real world. You need to stay away from the real world as long as you can.
You said to stay away from it?
That's the goal.
Okay, but rent is due. Your electric.
No,
Then
hey, no.
what do you mean, no?
You're talking about real world stuff.
I know, but what about that? Hello. What about
Exactly. Listen. I struggle with a family member with that crap. Okay.
yeah?
They want to live in Disneyland. They want to live in fantasy world. Yeah. They want to just go out and have fun, forget about their obligations, forget that other people have obligations, you know, forget that you have people that have to work. They're over here criticizing them, talking shit, trying to make them feel bad because they are dealing with reality so that you can go into your fantasy world, which is crazy. I ain't down with it. I ain't down with nothing. Listen, I'm too old for that shit. You ain't gonna come at me with some psychological bullshit to try to convince me to get wrapped up in this bullshit fantasy.
Yeah.
Because guess what? When you get that letter in the mail that was left there by the marshal saying you're gonna have to vacate, when your ass is out on the street, I was homeless twice, so I know. You ain't gonna convince me. I ain't trying to go back out in the street, sleep in a fucking park bench, surrounded by rats and all kinds of crazy shit.
Was you out there?
Yeah.
For how long?
For like 6 months.
Outside.
Outside in Central Park and in Riverside Park.
You for real?
For real, for real. And there were moments. Listen, there were moments when some of these homeless people were being set on fire by these fucking kids that had nothing better to do.
You really think it was kids?
Teenagers.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure. These motherfuckers are sadistic in New York City. Yeah. I was homeless on 2 separate occasions. Once I was living out in the street, sleeping in park benches, sleeping in grassy areas. The worst part about it was the loneliness. That was the worst part.
That was the worst.
The loneliness,
You would
yeah.
have wanted a companion in that situation?
Would I have wanted a companion?
In that situation?
Ooh. Come back. Come back. I'm lonely. Come back. Moan back. All right, I'm going to wait for you there. While you're doing that, I'm going to check on the latest news. Moan, did you lose battery power? Yeah, come on back. Oh.
What happened?
I don't know. Let me tell you, that was the worst. The loneliness was the worst. Because as you can tell, I'm a talkative person.
I know, but would you, in your situation, have wanted somebody baggage?
Oh, well, I wanted to be able to conversate.
I know,
but when you're spanking and you're obviously homeless, people treat you like you got a disease.
Yeah, they do. But listen, as a woman, though, see, men and women is very different. We have to deal with a lot of sexual harassment. And
Yeah.
sometimes we go and snag us one. Ah, hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes we go and snag us one for protection. However, I did not want that protection. I just wanted away. You know what I mean?
That's understandable. Listen, at that time in my life, I was disgusted with humanity, and I wanted to create some distance from humanity. But at the same time, I was still lonely.
Why would you discuss it with humanity, though? What did humanity
Because
do?
I saw humanity as extremely cruel and disgustingly abusive. I guess I'm an empath. I don't know what that means, but maybe I'm an empath.
I've been
But
hearing that damn word a lot.
yeah,
I'm not, because, and it's only because I've been studying a lot of law of attraction. Like, you attract a lot of stuff, so I'm not gonna feel sorry when you attracted a lot of stuff. So it's hard for me to be an empath. Yes, I care about things, but you know, I'm
no,
just
I think your position is better. I think your position is better. I think, again, if you're gonna be in the real world and you're gonna be honest with yourself, right?
yeah.
Again, lie to whoever the hell you want to, but don't ever lie to yourself. Don't ever do that.
But there's a lot
As
of
in,
liars in the world.
yeah, there are. There are plenty of liars, and I don't, and I'm not worried about what their lies. So long as I can see what's going on for myself, and I don't try to convince myself that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Because that, huh?
I bet you heard of a lot of lies doing the jail stuff.
Oh, I heard a lot of lies in the jail, but I heard more lies when I was a stockbroker.
What?
Yeah. That's why I put a lot of emphasis on it when I do my Whip It Out Wednesdays and all that other stuff. Right? Have you seen any of my Whip It Out Wednesdays?
No, honestly.
Okay. So let me show you what I look like on my Whip It Out Wednesdays.
Up in, but I don't. You see how you had me with the Irish thing? About to get my.
How I had you what?
How you had me like this when you was talking about the Irish mob. Like, it take a lot to hold my
Right. It takes a lot to what?
to hold my attention.
Oh, okay.
Fucked up attention.
Well, hopefully this will grab your attention right here. Hold on.
It will. You got my undivided right now. Well.
Look, this is my appearance when I do Whip It Out Wednesday, okay? Here we go. Ready? Here. See it?
Yeah, I have seen you a few times.
Right. So that's what I wear on my Whip It Out Wednesday.
Every time.
Yeah.
And then dollar bills flying while you talking.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's all about finance, but not just. I'm concentrating more on the mindset. Okay, mindset is what really matters, because when it comes to finance, when it comes to money, there are so many vultures out there using so much marketing and so much propaganda to get your money.
Yeah, you're right, because even YouTube, these dumbass commercials piss me off. That 6,500 that they say people gonna get, Lord, that is so how is that even legal? And there ain't nobody getting it, but how is that legal?
But see, you're being honest with yourself. You're being honest with yourself, and because you're being honest with yourself, you can defend yourself. Most people are not like you.
What?
Most people Most people submit to greed and fear. That's what they submit to. Greed and fear.
Submit.
Huh?
Submit. They submit to greed.
They submit. Greed and fear. So when you put that shiny object in their face, I'm gonna make you a millionaire. I never say shit like that on my channel. Ever. I don't sell no damn courses.
Either do I. I don't say, oh, do this and you'll get 500 subscribers. Like, you'll never hear me do that either.
I don't engage in that kind of stuff.
Either. I can't do it. I don't like some of these people on here that's content creators because they selling people stupid stuff. But
That's why when I come up here, now all those chains and stuff is because I'm trying to reach out to people in the hood. Those chains represent what I saw growing up in my hood from the people from my generation that were making money in through criminal whatever. And they used to brandish their gold to show off. So I'm talking to the people in the hood, so I put on that costume. But at the same time, I'm letting them know, listen, you can't, or you shouldn't, I should say shouldn't. You shouldn't allow yourself to be drawn by shiny things. You shouldn't allow yourself to be, because they're going to lie to you. They're going to see that you're thirsty. And when they see that you're thirsty, they're going to pull you in. They're going to pull you in just to get at your money. I talk about money and relate it to power. That's your power. Everybody's trying to get your power so they can get their power even bigger. So they're always trying to convince you to give up your power. However, and while you're giving up your power, you need to be careful, because who are you empowering? Are you empowering your enemies? Because your enemies can smile with you, hug you, tell you how great you are, so long as that power you have is flowing toward them.
that don't make no sense to me.
What do you mean?
Because none of my friends are like that.
No. I'm talking about the people who are trying to get your power, get your money.
I don't have no issue like that though. Like connivers. Like
Yeah, connivers, yes. No, okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that your friends are doing that. I'm saying that the ones that have bad intentions will approach you as if they're your friend when they're not. You see, you have a criteria that you use to determine whether somebody is your friend or not.
Mm-hmm.
So with somebody like you, it would be difficult for these people to approach you, to try to befriend you, to try to get at your money.
Yeah, because I don't like people like that.
And that's good that you don't. It's good that you don't, and you're a part of a very small community. Very small. Not most people. Most people are not like that.
You know what made me like that was the nice homeless people. The nice broke people.
Because they're sincere.
And they're humble. I don't like them rushing,
Look,
arrogant people.
I'm going to tell you right now. Salespeople, depending on how badly they want your business, will study. Okay? I had to pay for courses on how to sell. I had to pay for those courses on how to sell. I had to look at how they dress, see what they drove. If I happen to be in an environment where, like their home, I would look around to see how certain items in their houses were placed.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to see what kind of artwork they had, what kind of
Artwork.
yeah, believe it or not. You would want to see, for example, if I'm in if somebody's kitchen and they offer me something to drink, when they open up their cabinet, I want to see how they organize their cups. If their cups are all, if their cups are all facing the handle, if they're all facing in the same direction and they're organized by size, I know exactly what kind of personality I'm working with. And when I do approach them, I will say certain phrases that are associated with that type of personality. Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you'll be gravely disappointed in my cabinet because I just throw the shit in there. I don't give a
Well, then you fall under a different category, but it's still a category that you can tap into.
It's crazy to me.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, you were asking me about the liars. Sales has a lot of liars. A lot. More than the prison. In fact, the prisoners are always trying to learn from marketing, from sales.
The prison?
Yeah. They all listen, gangs inside the prison encourage their members to read certain literature. The literature that they tend to read has to do with dominance and marketing, related to marketing.
Where?
What do you mean where? Where what?
Like where? Like who's doing this in the prisons? Like where?
The inmates get a hold of books. They're allowed to get books. They have libraries in there. They're allowed to get certain books. But they focus on certain books.
And I'm bowing out at your 5 o'clock mark.
Oh, okay.
Your 5 hour mark. Lord,
All right,
how the hell do you do it?
That's because I'm black from the waist down. No, check this out. Right?
You can't just say that and then say, check this out.
So,
I say
okay.
I'm Mexican in the front and I'm black in the back.
Okay. Okay. Got that bumper going. Okay, so here we go. So I had my girlfriend. Her father was in.
Oh, we're back to that. We're back to that.
Yeah, because I never finished. So you don't want it? Oh, you want it?
No, you probably didn't finish about 4 or 5, but I do want it.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to give you a condensed version, and later on in another live you can ask me more. So here's the father. He's in business. We're talking because it has a lot to do with our social structure. He's interested in my family's background, and as a result, we're engaging in conversations about my perception about society, money, business. And at that time in my life, I wasn't about it at all. Junior high school, I had this one teacher, math teacher, who introduced us to the stock market, brought in the Wall Street Journal, showed us what to look for, where to look for it. Boom, boom, boom. We had assignments, pick a stock, come back the next day, tell us what the 52-week low was, 52-week high, current price, how much did it go up from the 52-week low, or how much did it go down? Did it go down? Did it go up? What it's doing? All that other good stuff. How many shares are out there? So that junior high school teacher exposes something nobody else has. So in that, I was fortunate enough. I appreciated that, but I wasn't a big person on money until my mother stepped in, who's a very religious person, came and told me, listen, boy, you need to figure out what you're thinking about, because in scripture, God is not against money. God is not against wealth. He just let us know you should not love money. But with regards to wealth, there are many personalities that are wealthy because he allowed them to be wealthy. Solomon, David, Saul, for example. Okay, fine, Mom, I got it. So I shouldn't hate wealthy people. All right, I'll grow, figure things out. Got my girlfriend's father, engaging in conversation, good, here we go. living in New York, driving a cab, going to college. Things didn't work out. My firstborn, while I was talking to his mother on the phone, a shootout breaks out near her. She's got to drop the phone. Did you freeze? We're bouncing. Did you freeze, Phoenix? Oh, I think you did. All right, so on the recap, so it's about to be the 5th hour, so I don't know. Anyway, thanks for everything, Phoenix. I guess you froze. Yeah, I'm gone too. Peace, everybody.